Okay, I dropped my bit rate from 6,000 down to 4,500. Let's see if that does better. We'll find out here in just a second. Okay, so once again, you can find out about the movie at thedarknessrolledoverher.movie. You can find out more about me at parabolas.com. Follow my socials and all that. And hopefully those will stay up in the chat. Okay, so let's go back to what we were doing, which is looking at this brand new Blackmagic Design micro color panel. So we're about to plug it in for the first time. So we're plugging it in with the USB A to USB C, and here we go. All right, I think I just activated the Bluetooth as well. So let's see about connecting Bluetooth. Might as well go ahead and get that set up while we are at it. And let's see. I guess I can show you this. All right. So there's Matilda. May she rest in peace. My sweet girl. Let's go to Bluetooth and Bluetooth settings. Here's my settings. I've got some nearby devices here. Micro color panel. Connect. Okay, micro color panel is connected. That was easy. So now then, So now then, let's see, we need to download the manual. So there's my YouTube channel. Thank you for watching. And Blackmagic Design. And so let's see, I guess we want to go to what? Support. And we want to do, let's find the control surfaces, Resolve and Fusion software, ATM production switchers, search by model, micro color, here we go, Davinci Resolve micro color panel. Okay, Davinci Resolve 19, I have that. Oh, there's a new Davinci Resolve 19 main. Oh, yeah, I have that. I just downloaded that because I just upgraded to 19. Let's see here. Resolve project server. No, I have Resolve. I just want the manual of the. Oh, here we go. Micro quick start guide. I have that. Wait, did I miss it? I already have the quick start guide. I want the manual for the micro panel. Is there not one? What does this say here? Once again, go back to the directions. Online manual. The first step is to view the online manual, which includes the latest product features. There it is. Download instruction manual by scanning the QR code. How am I going to scan a QR code on my desktop, Blackmagic? Or you can go to blackmagic.com/welcome. Already, the first thing to get used to is this is currently taking the place of my keyboard. English instruction manual. Oh, select a product. Oh, great. Okay. So this is the cameras, converters, storage, cloud store, Davinci Resolve, micro panel. There it is. Oh, right, I have that already. Oh, so it's not. Oh, so maybe it's in the. This is very confusing. Maybe it's just in the General Resolve manual, which I think I have open already. Here it is. Okay, so here's the manual, which I already have open. Let's go to make sure this is for 19, August 24. Yeah, that's good. Let's go and see. I guess we'll set up in workflows, see if it's in there. Control panel setup. Okay. Davinci control panels setup. Oh, I see there's an app for setting up the control panels. Okay, great. When you launch the control panel setup, you'll be presented with an interface showing you the detected hardware device on your system. If you have multiple hardware devices, you can scroll through them by clicking on the left and right arrows on the side of the window. If no devices are detected, the interface will tell you no Davinci control panels found. All right, so let's just open up a new Finder tab here and go to Applications and Davinci Resolve. And there is the control panel setup. And let's run it. Running this for the first time. No Davinci control panels found. Fantastic. Okay. It's plugged in. I think you would need to connect the... No, it's connected by USB. It's connected with the same thing that was... Oh, but you know what? It's not connected directly USB-C. So I'm thinking that connecting USB-C to USB-A to the back of my monitor and to the bus and all that, I'm thinking it's... Maybe it has to be USB-C. Maybe it has to be USB-C speed or something. So we will close the panel setup. I have not, no, I closed Resolve. So this is the first thing that I'm doing was opening the control panel setup because it says it will detect whatever you have plugged in. But I do not, well, that would be nice too to have audio console. Mini panel, nothing for the micro panel. I guess it'll be virtually the same. Okay, so now let me think through this then. I guess I could temporarily disconnect my monitor, which would be a little bit of a pain, but at least it would help me just get this done. So we'll go to full screen. I mean, just better for you anyway. And we will unplug this. And we will use the included USB-C to USB-C cable. It always seems like every piece of gear I buy, I'm like, oh, good, this is very inexpensive. And then I have to buy 4 other inexpensive things to get it to work. At which point it is no longer inexpensive. All right. So I'm going to unplug. I hope this doesn't make OBS freak out. So I'm going to unplug my monitor. This is my monitor and my sound. All right, had a bit of a drop out there, but that may have been just from unplugging my monitor. I haven't noticed as many dropouts as before, so maybe this bitrate setting is better. All right, plugging in directly USB-C now. And there's just not really any lights or anything to let you... Oh, Allow accessory to connect. There we go. I didn't see that the first time. So allow. And I just keep hitting allow over and over and over again. Okay, there we go. So that worked. And I wonder if that was there before and I just didn't notice it. That could be a reason why it wasn't connecting. So now I will go to my applications and run Davinci Control Panel Setup. And there it is. Davinci Resolve Micro Color Panel. And oh, it's already 70% charged, so that's cool. So it is a micro color panel. Looks like I can change the name. Software version 2.2. There's a factory reset button, and that's the only setup here. There's nothing to set up. You know, I guess it just is here. But at least this shows me that it is in fact connected. So I'm going to close the setup app, and since it is 70% charged, I'm going to unplug it again. So I can get my monitor back. Come on. There we go. So now it's unplugged from the USB-C temporarily. And let me look at my Bluetooth settings. Bluetooth. Micro color panel is connected. Excellent. I'm going to plug it back in here. Just so it's continuing to charge. And now that I've approved it of the system, I'm going to run the panel setup again. Yeah, it doesn't see it connected via USB-A. So I guess I'm going to have to use it Bluetooth, which stinks. It's a big bummer. That was one thing that I was looking at, was getting just a normal hard drive and then getting a Thunderbolt 3 hub where it's got several Thunderbolt 3 plugs in it. That was just going to be more money, so I opted not to do that. But you know, I only have so many USB-C things. Oh, you know, I have another I have another USB-C hub. It's the one that I was using at Noah's. Oh, I think it's in the car still. I'll go look. For some reason, I think that might have a USB-C port on it. I'm not sure. I have to go look. Well, let's see if we can use this. I'll plug my monitor back in here. 1 second. And go back to little drop out there while I connect the monitor. Need to run just a little thing here to get my monitor to reset correctly. Okay, probably have another little drop out there. All right, let me reset. There we go. Properties, display capture. There we go. Okay. Fade. Beautiful. Okay. Excellent. So now let's load up Davinci Resolve. Davinci Resolve is loading. Okay, I'll load up The Darkness Rolled Over Her. The project I have at the moment is just got some color charts that I was playing around with. More on that in a moment. In fact, let's just go ahead and go to another shot here. And we'll use this one to kind of play around with. How about that? right. Break my scopes out here. Whoa, whoa, that's so big. There you go. That way you can see the scopes out from behind my camera there. Okay, and so, yeah, so now what? I guess I have to set it up in here somehow. So let's look at the preferences here. Control panels. Select this panel for grading. Micro, interesting. There's a micro panel and a micro color panel. This says micro color panel, so I'll choose that one, I guess. Micro color, yeah. Select this console for Fairlight. Oh, I'm not doing that. Okay, so this is, I guess that's it, right? Okay. So, is that it? Oh, it just lit up, so I guess that is it. Preferences updated. Changes will take effect the next time Resolve is started. Because why would I want to use it this time? Why would I want to use it right away? Why would we put that in the software? Okay, so I will quit Davinci Resolve. And we will look at Matilda again. Hello, Matilda. Aren't you so cute? We miss Matilda. Get my manual over here, my other screen where I can see it. Oh, let's move this over there too. Okay. And do this again. Actually, I might need this. Let's have this close by. So, do you do color grading also? Do you have one of these panels? What's your setup? What are you using it with? What are you using it for? I'm interested to know. I know having dialogue is difficult when the stream is dropping out every 8 seconds. But all right, so let's go back to this shot here. Very cool. All right, so let's just play around. I'm just going to go through the manual here. OBS up and then Resolve. There we go. We'll just start at the top. Oh, nice. Yeah, so I said before I was learning from two things. One, I am so sorry for the dropouts. I will try to figure out what's going on. The Ripple training tutorial I'm using is really great. I like it. I like it too because they give you the footage that they're using in the tutorial. Their tutorial is almost entirely just a screen grab of them using Resolve, which is very nice. So you can see what they're doing as they talk about it. And then you have the media that they have also. So you can do exactly what they're doing and get exactly the same results. So that's really great for learning. So I'll typically go through their lessons and sort of learn how to use a tool, and I'll be like, oh, okay, now I get it. So then I'll go back to my movie and I'll pick a clip or a scene or something and I'll go through and I'll do that. I'm like, oh, okay, nice. The other thing that I've been using for information is Cullen Kelly's YouTube channel. He's just got a wealth of information on there. He's got some good free stuff that he gives away as well. And I've learned a ton from watching his channel. And so how I have everything set up now, I got largely from watching his channel, which is great. So I use the Ripple training stuff to learn how to operate the machine, and then I use Colin Kelly's stuff a little bit more for theory, like how do you want to use it and how do you want to set it up and how your workflow and things like that. It's been pretty nice, but I'm still very much learning. I'm still very much a beginner. I'm not here to teach anyone else, how to do it. Oh yeah, he's a great teacher. Some of the stuff that he shows, so I don't know. Like when I watch streaming stuff nowadays, I'm just like, do they not know that when you film stuff, it's in log and you have to do something to it? Because I've just watched I watch the stuff on these streaming shows and it's like everything's like super milky and low contrast and not very saturated, and I'm just thinking, do do they know you have to do something to this after you film it? I love these film stocks from like the early 80s. That's what I grew up with as a kid, these film stocks from the early 80s. I grew up watching Superman the movie and E.T. and Star Wars and Back to the Future and Ghostbusters and so I have an affinity for the way movies looked in the 80s. And you know what? The dynamic range was not great. Kodak stock, like they weren't even, I don't even think the Vision stocks were out yet. So like the Kodak, EXR stock or whatever that they were using in the early 80s has a dynamic range of like 7 or 8 stops or something maybe, like sort of 4 above mid-gray and 3 below or something like that. So like it's not fantastic, it's not great, but that's what we have. But you have these blacks, these whites, and you have this real rich color, and so I'm trying to kind of emulate that, a little bit. So, and even like the Ripple stuff in their tutorial, a lot of the stuff they're doing is like video, and it's for like broadcast production or something like that. And I don't necessarily like the look of what they're doing in their tutorial, but their teaching is excellent. Their teaching how to use the stuff is great. I can. That's the thing with all this filmmaking stuff. Like I kind of know the art part of it. It's just like I've never used this tool. I've got to figure out what this knob does and what I want to do here, how to do it down here. When I was a kid, I was like 3 or 4, and I told my mom we had a piano downstairs, and she just had like a hymnal sitting up on it, basically for decoration. Nobody in our house played piano. I don't even know why we had one, but I told my mom, I said, if I knew where those black dots up there on that page, if I knew where those black dots were on this keyboard down here on this piano, I bet I could play that song. Which of course my mom is kind of like, yes, Paul, that's called music. That's how that works. But for 4 years old or whatever it was, she was like, yeah, you probably could. So she immediately, I was enrolled in piano lessons, I think at 5. I took piano for 7 years. I got about 3 years out of it, but I still piddle around on a piano, so that's nice. But this is kind of the same thing. It's like, I bet if I knew what this button did up there, I bet I could color this footage. It's like, yep, that's what it's for. You sure can. All right, so let's start here with trackball modes. You can set up the Davinci Resolve micro color panels, physical rings, and trackballs to mirror the on-screen primaries, wheels, log, and offset controls. This lets you select an intuitive, tactile interface for each mode. So we are in primary trackball mode as far as I know, as far as you know. And so I've got some knobs down here, and I've got 3 trackballs. I've got an empty node here. This is not anything that I need to color grade especially, so I'm just going to play around with everything and just see what it do. So we'll just start with lift, and I'll use the ring first on the lift. Look at that. Oh, that feels so good. That feels so good. Oh my goodness. Been using this trackpad for like the last 3 weeks, and it's been driving me insane because it's just like the precision on it is just nothing. And just like the first touch of this is like, feels so good. Whew. That feels really good. Okay. So I'll just look at my waveform scopes up here. Look at my lift. Oh, just go into the full cinema viewer? I bet. Just do like, was it Command F? Oh, yes. That is lovely. And again, especially if I had my iPad set up down here with the scopes on it. So I've got my scopes and the full man. I probably would never have thought to do that. So thank you for that. All right, so I'm just going to get my lift so that this green in the bottom right corner is just sort of kissing the bottom there. Okay, and now I will do the gain, and we'll see if we can get. Where's my top? I see something kind of in the middle there. We'll just get it kind of kissing the top. I don't think I would actually want it to go that high, but. we'll get it kissing the top, and then we'll bring the gamma down, something like that maybe, and then bring the gamma back down. Interesting. Okay, so turning my node on and off already. Contrast looking a lot better. Oh, I bet I can turn the node on and off on this board too. Kind of add node, add window, add keyframe, reset lift, reset gamma, reset gain, previous still, previous keyframe, previous node, previous frame, previous clip. That's pretty cool. Bypass, is that what I... Oh, that's the fully bypass. That's, I see, that's up in the viewer there. Okay. Oh, disable. There it is. This is so great. I love it. Okay. Very cool. This is like getting like brand new G.I. Joe vehicle at Christmas. This is really excited. Okay. So I've got a lot of color separation. The thing is, there's not a whole lot that's like incredibly neutral in this image. Everything's got some color to it other than the actual color chart, which is too small to see. So there's also resizing stuff that can be done, but I'm just kind of figuring out... Oh, let's play with the colors a little bit. So let's pretend... Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. See if we can get something kind of whitish going on in the bottom there with the waveform. And we'll do the gain, which is actually probably pretty good. Probably want the blue kind of high on that because of the sky and everything. So normally you would want to do this with something that's like grayscale, but I'm just kind of playing around here. Some balancing. I mean, this looks, pretty balanced. The thing is, this was shot with an ND on it that was, as it turns out, an ND 85. So not so in after all, not so neutral after all. Yeah, so this is basically taking out sort of the reddish hue, the reddish warm hue of that ND. I mean, it's getting pretty balanced. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, so let me do the bypass. This is the raw file from the Blackmagic. Now it's the raw file, but it is because I've got my color management going. Oh, why is it over there? So for my color management, what I'm doing is ACES CCT. I'm using ACES version 1.3. I have the ACES input transform set to none, and so it recognizes the Blackmagic raw footage and automatically does it with the correct color science that we shot with, which is nice. And then the ACES output is Rec 709. So, and then I'm processing the LUTs in the AP1 timeline space. So I don't know if you know about ACES, but ACES has AP0, which is like encompasses pretty much all visible light and then some. And then AP1, which is smaller but still big, but allows you to actually use the controls reasonably. And then it pops it back out to AP0 before it does the final conversion. So anyway, so what you're looking at is footage that is converted from Blackmagic to ACES to Rec 709. So you're looking at basically the Rec 709 applied. So even in the bypass mode, this has got the Rec 709 conversion. Otherwise, it would look like, I guess I can show you in the Finder. I mean, I assume that you've seen raw footage before, but... Yeah, I didn't really know what it was. Cullen Kelly, again, has something called ACES Explained or something like that. It's a 3-part series. Each part is like 10 minutes. And in 30 minutes, totally demystified it. I was like, oh, I totally get it now. It makes complete sense. It's just was so good. So this is how milky and raw the footage looks. So you can look at the colors on that slate and imagine what that color chart looks like in the raw. I don't know. In fact, I think maybe one of these has a color chart at the beginning. Yeah. So here's a shot with the color chart. That's what the color chart should look like in the raw. And so this is with this in Resolve here is with the Rec 709 applied. So even when I hit bypass, it's still doing the color management, the Rec 709. I don't guess there's any way to fully bypass that, but anyway. All right, so so there's primaries, primary trackball mode. What else we got? We got Y lift, Y gamma, Y gain. To which I say, why not? And I gotta be honest, I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Y gamma, Y gain. One way to find out. Let's turn these knobs. Okay, this is Y lift. That is it's doing a lot of lifting. This is Y gamma. It's doing a lot of gammaing. Y gain. It's doing a lot of gaining. So I wonder if I can undo all that I just did. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Okay, so I'm not sure how that's different from using the collars around the trackballs, but maybe if your trackballs are in a different mode, you could just quickly dial those in. So maybe that's what that is about. I'll have to go look at that. And then contrast. Oh, yeah. Lots of contrast. Not as much contrast. And so if I undo that, yeah, great. Okay, so it's interesting because I'm like turning and then turning and then turning and then turning, and that's not 4 separate moves. Resolve sees that as one adjustment. So there must be like it must count the time between spins or something. It must give me a little grace period between the spins before it counts it as a new adjustment. So that's good in terms of like your undo history and everything. So that's nice. Pivot, I know what that is. That is where your contrast pivots. Mid detail. I'm guessing all of this stuff is on. Yeah, it's down. It's just down here in the primaries, mid detail. And so I don't know what that does. What does mid detail do? I see it changing number. Oh, that's actually good grief, interesting. It's like making it super blurry or super sharpy, I guess. Interesting. And then to reset that, I can just double click that. I don't have to worry about undo. Isn't that interesting? Okay. Color boost. And where's that down here? Oh, I see it's in the bottom left down there. Okay, color boost. Let's look at the old color boost here. That's kind of like a vibrance versus sat. You know, and a lot of like in your iPhone photo editing. It seems like a vibrance control basically. Shadows, highlight. Yeah. Shadows is just a little shadows control there, which again, we can just go down here and reset. Highlights will be the same thing. It'll just be in the top part of the image. Bring the highlights down a little. Still keeping my top at the top. Looks like it's trying to kind of stretch it out there. Might take the gain back up a little. Get that signal boosted towards the top. Bring the gamma down just a smidgen. It's pretty nice, man. Saturation. Pump it up. Take it back. Very nice. Let's reset that. Oh, can you like do these push too? Oh, push to reset. That's awesome. So color boost, a little vibrance control there, and then push to reset. Man, this is so great. Okay, a little hue shifting here. It's kind of fun. It's got kind of like a shooting with an IR filter kind of look. Okay, reset. Very nice. Luma mix. I don't really know what that's mixing. Oh, it's doing something. It's making some adjustments in the middle there somehow, but I don't really know how. Okay. Very interesting. All right. So I've got play still, wipe still, grab still. So that's cool. Highlight, viewer, cursor, select, add node, add window, add keyframe. Auto color. So let's disable this. Let's add a node and hit auto color. Oh. Well, that's pretty cool. So let's disable that. Let's go to the previous node and re-enable that. And I will grab a still of that, disable that node, go to the next node, re-enable it, and then I will do a wipe still, which didn't come on. Play still? Oh, there we go. Wipe still. And let's see, I need to change this to image wipe. Oh, it's on. Okay. And the thing is, because I'm doing just two very subtly different nodes, I don't know where my I don't know where my wiper is. Oh, there, I see it. I see it right there. Okay. So all right, so what I did kind of by eye, not terribly different than the auto adjustment. And I think this is mine, which is a little hotter, a little brighter. Yeah. So basically just a little higher in the levels. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the one on the left, okay, is the one that I'm looking at. The one on the right is the still. I'm guessing there's a way up here to know that, because you can flop it somehow. Diagonal. Yeah, I figured that's just a keyboard shortcut or something to flop it. Oh, and when you hit play still, the play still button lights up green to let you know that you have a still enabled. So that's great. That's nice. That's very cool. All right. And turn the still off, and it's off. Very cool. Okay, let's see. Let's make a new node, add node. Okay. And so now in this node, what I want to do, oh, let's see, I want to do like a qualification and maybe play with that a little bit. So, okay, now I go to my qualifiers. So I've selected the sky, and I'll hit highlight. Oh, yeah, nice. That's very cool. Oh, there's a viewer button. Just takes straight to the. That's very cool. Cursor. I don't know what that does. So let's just see what these are doing here. That's not really doing anything. That is doing quite a bit of work. I think we can sort of narrow it in a little. I don't need any purple, just the blue. Blue, green. Okay. A little softness there. Interesting. Okay. And so then I can take my Gamma down. I can obviously the matte line there is pretty bad, but let's just kind of get an idea of what I'm doing. I can change the color of the sky. I can make the highlights a little yellow, a little warm. I can make the sky bluer and a little green, a little towards cyan. Oh, it's even doing the reflection in the water. And then I can go back to my qualifiers and see if I can smooth out that line a little bit. Still kind of breaking a little there, but oh, so I can go to highlight and I can do all this. Forget about this. We're going to clean my blacks, clean my whites. I wonder if there's a quick way to get it into black and white mode. I guess not. There we go. So I really want to clean my whites. And black clip. Not worried about that. White clip at 100. Could bring that down some, I guess. In out ratio. Is that like a midpoint of the gray? Yeah, I see it in the water down there. Whoa. Let's get it more in than out, I guess. Denoise a little bit. And blur radius, just blur it just a little bit. Yeah, horrible. It's all in those trees there. I would not do this drastic change to the sky anyway, I don't think, but yeah, it's always difficult doing sky replacements around trees and stuff like that for that reason. But we're just playing around. We're just seeing how this works, what this looks like. You can see the chips on the color chart changing as well. Obviously, we wouldn't want that, so what do? Well, we would add in a window, like a subtractive window, right? So let's add window. And there's a window. Wouldn't you know it? Now, I think I can operate the window, right? So let's go look through the little thing here. Control knobs. Oh, here we go. Shift up, gain trackball adjusts pan tilt for window position. So holding down shift up, and it's green, and this moves the, look at that. That's very cool. Gain ring adjusts window size when you have shift up on, okay. So we can shrink it down a little there. That's pretty cool. Gamma trackball adjusts window aspect ratio. So we'll do that, and then I can shrink it down a little more and move it a little bit. This is so cool. Something like that, okay. Gamma ring adjusts window rotation, so I can just kind of turn it a little. Very nice. Lift trackball, no effect. Lift ring adjust window softness 1. Beautiful. Okay, but the only thing it's not going to do is invert the matte. There we go. So now when I disable it and enable it, none of my chips on my color board are changing, but my sky is still changing colors. Very cool. Okay. So let's see. Now I want to shift down, and using the trackball is going to change my input sizing. So let's get the color chart centered up and blown up into the image. Okay. So this is going to be using shift down, and I'm already got fingerprints on my new board here. So shift down, there it is. Shift down, adjust image input sizing, position, pan, tilt, and the ring does the zoom. Okay, so shift down, and we're going to zoom in. Hello, welcome. So you can't see it because it's off camera, but right now I am playing with my new Davinci Resolve micro control panel. And so we're just sort of playing around and getting it to work. Also, I need to adjust my bitrate settings or something. I'm getting lots of dropouts. I apologize for that. All right, get this centered up here. This is pretty cool, pretty fun. There's a little lag in what I'm doing versus it showing up, but that's probably my computer, I suspect. Okay, gamma trackball, adjust image sizing, width, height. I'm guessing that's if you want to like squish or something, I guess. And then the gamma ring does the rotate. So let's rotate it. We'll rotate it a little bit. There we go. And then I can tilt it up some and zoom in some more. Nice. So, as someone in the chat said before, this will take me a minute to get me all the controls under my fingers. But so far, lots of fun. All right, log trackball mode. Log trackball mode can be toggled by press and holding the shift up and offset buttons on the panel. When in log grading, the trackballs shift to the log controls, shadow, midtone, and highlights parameters. Rotating the trackball performs a color balance adjustment for the range, changing its RGB parameters. The colors are set by moving the trackball in the direction corresponding to the color rings. Yep. And then rotating around, adjust the master wheel, which allows you to control the contrast via RGB adjustments. So I'm guessing what that means then is, and that's what, shift down and offset. Shift up and offset. So shift up, where's offset? Oh, it's up there. Okay, so shift up and offset. Oh yeah, and I see it changes to log wheels in the interface. So now my question is, since it has changed to log wheels in the interface, I don't need to hold that down while I do these adjustments, right? Correct. Okay. So I want to reset that. And so if I hit reset lift, is it going to reset it in this panel? The answer is yes. Perfect. Okay. So very cool. So I can bring just the bottom down. I don't see any effect in my scopes over there. Log gamma. I'm like really ratcheting this around, and I'm not seeing any Not seeing any adjustments. Oh, because I'm in this idiot. I'm in this node here. So I'm going to add a node. There we go. Okay. So now if I adjust there we go. Okay. So that's moving just the bottom end. Yeah. And then this will move just the middle. And then this will move just the top. And then I can reset all three. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Okay, nice. Very cool. Offset trackball mode. You can also select the offset button. So I hit offset. Oh, I'm in the log wheel mode. So I wonder if I do... That's how to get back to primary. This is also shift up and offset. Okay, very nice. So you can also select the offset button, whether in primary or log modes. The offset button will illuminate green. Oh, okay. To remind you that this mode is active. This is a toggle operation when selected the left-hand side ring. Surrounding the trackball controls the color temperature of the image. Look at that. How about that? The center trackball ring controls the color tint. So magenta versus green. In an offset mode, if I reset gamma, does it reset the... Look at that. Beautiful. And if I change the color temperature and reset that, look at that. Love it. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. And the right-hand side trackball controls the image offset balance and master exposure of the image. So here's the master exposure. Ooh. Now what I'm wondering is, where is this exposure? Oh, I guess it's just the just moving all the offsets together, I guess. Okay. And then this moves the offset color, changes the general color of the image. Cool. All right, moving on. Control knobs. The top of the panel features 12 high-resolution endless. You know what? I wonder if we could get. This would be more fun if you could see the panel, right? So why don't we just take, since we're at a little break here, why don't we? There we go. Let's see. I've got my iPhone here, so this will do a thing. Let me go here. Let me duplicate this, and we'll call it screen share with iPhone. Okay. Let me turn on continuity mode here. It's weird. Continuity camera. Turn that on. Okay. Great. And now let's add in the iPhone on OBS. So that would be a video capture device, I guess. Add existing. Okay, no, it doesn't want to do that. So let's go to iPhone, and we will just copy this. Copy. And go back here and paste. There we go. All right. And so as soon as continuity mode is activated, any second now. Any second now. You know, when I don't want this to work, it's constantly going into continuity camera mode. I'm constantly having to turn it off, which is why I had it off. And now that I actually want to use it for OBS, no, it's not working. Of course. Of course. Yeah. So another thing we can do is change the lights back. I'm going to go get my tripod for this iPhone, and maybe it'll be working by the time I get back. Give me 1 second. Boxes, boxes, boxes everywhere. All right. This will be a little more fun for you. You can see what's happening if this will ever work. Can't believe this thing was coming on like every 9 seconds before, and now that I actually want to use it, it's not working at all. It's super frustrating. Okay, well, if that kicks in, then I'll give you a shot of what I'm doing. All right, until then, we'll move on. All right, control knobs. Top of the panel features 12 high-resolution, endless turn optical encoder control knobs with détente resets. That's a fancy sentence for a technical manual. These are spaced in groups of 4 for fast operation in dark suites, from left to right. Oh yeah, I see that. There's a little gap in between. Okay. From left to right, the knobs control Y lift. This knob is for adjusting the contrast of the image in the darker areas. The midtone into a lesser amount, the brighter areas in the image will also change. Y gamma, use the gamma knob for primarily midtone contrast changes with some influence on the darker and brighter sections. Y gain influences the brighter ports. Okay, so what I'm wondering though is, so I'm on my primaries. If I turn Y gamma, okay, yeah, that does show up there in the primaries. I see it operating. And what's interesting is it's only if I reset gamma, does it reset? No, but if I reset, if I hit the button, it'll reset. Interesting. So if I were to do the wheel, I'm still in offset mode. Hang on. Okay. I see. Interesting. Okay, so if I do the wheel in for gamma, it turns the luma as well as the RGB values. They all change in sync. Whereas if I do the Y gamma, it only does the luma. It only changes the luma value. And when I reset that, so let me do this. I make a change with the wheel, and now I make a change with the Y gamma. And if I hit reset, it resets it to 0, the Y gamma to 0. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. But it only changes basically like the luma value, like the gang value. Very interesting. Okay. So what this doesn't tell me is I will want to find a Cullen Kelly video or something that sort of tells me why I would want to use the master gain wheel versus why I would want to use the Y gain, or master gamma versus Y gamma. Why would I want to use Y? Is what I want to know. So I'm going to go to my notes. So I'm keeping track of, where is it? There it is. Got my handy dandy notes here. So to learn, I've got some things to do here. So when to use gamma versus Y gamma only. Okay. I am in awe. Oh, you know what it is? I bet it's because this thing is in sleep mode, I think. Is it? No, that's not it at all. I'm flabbergasted that this thing is not going into continuity mode. I was literally doing it every 8 seconds earlier today. Now that I actually want to use it for the first time, no, I'm not going to do it. All right, what else we got? Reset gamma. This key resets any RGB and level changes made by the center trackwell and ring. Press resets both the RGB and level changes. Shift up resets only the RGB changes back to unity and leaves any level adjustments untouched. Shift down resets only the level changes and leaves the RGB adjustments untouched. Interesting. Okay, so and this is reset, lift, gain, and gamma. Oh, I see it's broken out and separate. Okay, so if I were to, we're just going to do this just with gamma. So if I were to take the gamma up and make a gamma adjustment there, okay, and then we're going to change the color. Let's make it kind of purpley. Okay. Then pressing reset gamma will take it back to what I had. Doing shift reset gamma undoes, puts the colors back at unity, but leaves the wheel change that I did, the master wheel. Oh yeah, I see down there, it's still at 0.6. Okay, I'm going to undo, and if I do shift down reset gamma, it leaves the color change, but resets the level. That's very cool. And if I just hit reset gamma, it just resets it totally. Very nice. Okay, going along now with the, and this was a little confusing in the manual because all the reset functions go all the way across, and I was reading it this way and then here, and I didn't realize this all goes together. So anyway, so now we're at control knobs. We did the Y gains and the contrast, pivot. I don't know if that is mid detail. That's the only. You're talking about using the. Oh yeah, I see. But also you've got undo buttons, so you can just undo it right away, right there, without leaving the panel, which is kind of cool. Luma Mix. Okay, lets you control the balance. This is the only one that I didn't really know what it was. Luma Mix lets you control the balance between. It differs from the original one where there is a certain button for which to reset. Ah, I see. I'm all for reducing buttons and having a sensible, like this shift up, shift down. I mean, I don't have anything to compare it to, obviously, but this makes sense to me. I think this is okay. Yeah, exactly. Certainly a lot to learn. Like I said, it'll take me a while to get it under my fingers, but I think I will get it pretty quickly, especially since this isn't going to sit here. I'm immediately going to dive into, working with it. So, all right, let's look at the control buttons. Man, I am so irritated that this continuity camera thing is not. You just have no idea how irritating that is. Maybe it's because I had it off when I loaded up OBS. I don't know, but it's super frustrating. Super duper frustrating. The good news is if it ever does come on, it'll make a noise. So, and I will know. Okay. The top group. Play still. Figured out what that did already. Wipe still. Oh, but there's shift options here too. So play still. So let's say, let me go find. So let me go back to something that I was working on earlier, which is, so this shot. This is an ungraded shot that was, it's just got the Rec 709 applied. That's all. This was with the ND that was on the camera. And then this shot, yeah, is without the ND. So you can see previous still, previous keyframe, previous frame, previous clip, next clip. There we go. So you can see just the back and forth between these two clips. You know, his shirt is a navy blue shirt with the ND on it. It's like kind of got a reddish hue, makes it look kind of purple. If you look at the trees aren't terribly different, but there's a little warmer with the ND on. Oh, and also this one has got a corrector on it. Let me disable that. There we go. So there's the original. Okay. So this is with the ND on it. This is with the ND taken off. So this, you can see this is more blue-green. Right? Big difference. Use the Y knob if you want finer control of gamma, and track if you want to shift uniformity. Yes. Well, yes. But there's the ring around the ball which moves the RGB with the luma level as well, whereas the Y knob only moves the luma level or the white level, you know, down here, and doesn't move the RGB levels. Doesn't change their unity, but also doesn't move it. The ring doesn't change their unity disparity, but moves them up and down with the level. Again, though, I don't know why I would want one over the other. And so that's where I would go to somebody like Cullen Kelly, where he will say, oh, this will give you, you know, this is a way to recreate density, or this is a way to do, a cinematic saturation, or some kind of thing like that. So we'll find a reason why from Cullen, see what he says. Okay, play still. Oh, so this is what I was doing. So I had these two shots with the ND and without the ND, and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to match. I'm trying to match these shots. And I think I have them down here too. Oh, yeah, this is where I was actually doing the work. So here I've already zoomed in on the chart and been working to get them resolved. No pun intended. Actually, it was entirely intended. Okay, so I'm going to disable the node that I've done. So again, there's the original. Let me group by my flags here. Flagged clips and sky. There we go. Okay, so now I can do previous clip. Perfect. Okay. So here's the one with the ND. Here's the one without ND. So I shot with the ND on it for almost all the outdoor stuff, and I actually like the ND because it's actually a cheap neutral density. I don't remember where I got it, but I've had it forever. It's hard plastic. It's not even glass. You know, it's like, I don't know, super cheap. And I guess it's an ND85 because it clearly, there's a color. I mean, you can see the color temperature difference, you know, in these two clips, like right away, there's a big color difference. But this is with the ND, and it does something to the contrast, and it does something to the, you know, it's like, again, his shirt, you know, he's wearing this navy blue shirt that shows up a little purple with the ND. So there's it's almost like there's a red enhancing filter kind of built into it, sort of. And I just like the way the footage that I shot. I like the way it looks. I think it's got a more filmic look. I think with the red in the bottom end like that, it sort of responds a little more like the old Eastman stocks or something like that. Yeah. I'm sure there is a difference. I just don't know enough about this yet to know, to know what that is. But anyway, so what I'm trying to do is, there were times when, because the ND is in a matte box, which all that adds weight to the camera, and my camera was already sort of pushing the boundary of my stabilizer. And the stabilizer also would go on the jib. The jib does not hold the camera, the jib holds the stabilizer, which is pretty cool because it kind of helps keep it stable. Also gives you a remote head, which, you know, I mean, I have a friend that has like a $30,000 jib, and his is a big jib that holds a lot more weight. But he's got a hot head kind of thing, and his hot head was another, you know, 10, 15 grand or something like that. I've got a Zion Crane 3S that was like $500 or $600. And then the jib was like another $700. So for less than $1,200, I have a remote operated, you know, jib, which is pretty great. I did not have a vest when we did the movie. And there's a scene where Gwen and Sam walk through this store. They walk to the back of the store and they get a bottle of water, and then they walk back up to the counter and they're talking. And it's just a 2-shot, and we follow them in 2-shot. And then they turn around and we cut to another 2-shot and we lead them back. And actually, well, we lead them one way and then we cut when they turn around and we lead them the other way. And, you know, we had to do several takes of each direction. And by the end of that day, I thought my arm was going to fall off. It just, I actually thought it might do permanent damage to my muscles if I wasn't careful. I was really in a lot of pain by the end of the day. And I wanted one anyway, but by the end of that day, I was like, I'm getting a vest rig somehow. So what's really cool with B&H is one of the things that makes B&H so valuable is the customer reviews, because customers will give actually really detailed reviews. You know, a lot of sites, if there is a review, it's somebody who hated it. So that's not really helpful. Or if it's something where they like encourage reviews, they don't do it very well. And so the review is like, great item, A+ or something, you know, that's not helpful. B&H reviews are like really helpful. And it's for 2 reasons. One is it's because people like us that want other people to understand how something works and what the pros and cons of it are. We like to help out our fellow creators, you know, get good gear and know what they're getting into. So there's that. The other thing is every time you leave a review, you're entered into a drawing to win a gift card. All right. So you're really incentivized to leave a review. Well, after the movie, with like just a couple of big orders up front and then a couple of little batches like throughout the film, as I was like, oh, I need this. Oh, we should get one of these. Or, oh, we need more gaff tape or whatever. And so I would just place some orders. So at the end of the shoot, actually, it was like after I got all my dailies synced and everything, so it was like January, I think. I finally sat down and was like, okay, I'm going to go back and review everything that we bought. And so I had like 40 different items that I could review, and you get a separate entry into the drawing for each review that you leave. Okay, so I had like 40 different items, and I reviewed every single one of them because I was like, I'm entering this drawing, because the drawing at the time, sometimes it's for like a $250 gift card, I think, but for whatever reason, it was for a $1,000 gift card. So I was like, I'm winning this gift card. So I entered a review. If I bought a $7 HDMI cable, I'm just like, this is the best. So I reviewed everything that we got. Honest reviews, especially the stuff that was not like a $7 cable. I really tried to help a future purchaser understand what the item was and what the benefits were and why they should get it over something else, you know. If it was something like that jib, I mentioned, here's the stabilizer that I'm using. Here's what I had to do to get it to work because it's not necessarily made for the stabilizer or whatever, you know, things like that. So I left some pretty good reviews, left some pictures if I had them or some video if I had it. Anyway, entered in 40 different reviews, and I absolutely won the gift card that month. So I'm super thankful for that. And it was a $1,000 gift card. And then I had, I talk about B&H every time that I can. I'm not sponsored or anything, but I'm not sponsored by anybody. You know, there's like 2 people watching this right now, so there's no reason anybody should sponsor me. But I'm a big fan of B&H. I'm a big fan of their whole business model. But anyway, I got that $1,000 gift card, and then I had like, I don't know, like close to $200 of store credit from some stuff that I'd returned that we ended up not using. And so the Thanos Pro 2, I think is what it's called, vest and stabilizer arm that works with my Zion Crane I decided to get that. And it was $13.50, and so I think I paid like $114 out of pocket for it. So that was pretty nice. Of course, I had that store credit, which was cash I'd already paid. But anyway, my actual cost of my money that I paid was, like $350. And I didn't have to pay the sales tax because I used the Paybu card. And I didn't have to pay shipping because it was free shipping. And so I did a documentary in Mexico. And so we'll go here for just a second. Did a documentary in Mexico, and Noah and I packed everything in my Subaru Outback and drove from Tennessee all the way to Southern California and then down into Baja California, Mexico. We made a road trip out of it. We went to the Grand Canyon and Roswell, New Mexico, and the Alamo, and we took a different route there and back. Went to Palm Springs and looked at a bunch of mid-century architecture. Went through Albuquerque and looked at a bunch of Breaking Bad filming sites and stuff. We had a good time. We made a good time out of it. But when I was in Mexico, that was the first big job that I used the stabilizer vest for, and I couldn't have done it without it. And so since I had the stabilizer rig and I knew it was a documentary style thing that we were doing, I also bought a DZO zoom, which was the most affordable zoom that I could get my hands on. And I already had so here's some video of me wearing it there. And so what's great about the Thanos is the stabilizer goes on top of the sled. And so the stabilizer can keep it level so that if you tip the sled down, the camera doesn't go to the ground. I mean, you can set it to do that if you want, but by default, the camera will stay level. And so it's like having an Airy Trinity system. It's like having a Trinity stabilizer system because you can go basically from the ground all the way up to 8 feet tall and just do a boom. My back didn't hurt necessarily. The vest is pretty good about distributing the weight, but I will say if you ever watch someone and maybe you've worn a stabilizer rig so you're aware, but if you ever watch someone with a stabilizer rig and it just floats, it looks like it's lightweight, but it's no, all that weight has to go somewhere. It's all on you, So it's definitely heavy. You can feel it, but it does a pretty good job of distributing the weight pretty well. And I was trying to get like a monitor attached to the bottom, so it would be kind of Steadicam style, so I could sort of watch the monitor at the bottom and put my block battery down there to use as a counterweight. And I never really could get that to work. So I just used the screen on the back of the camera. That ended up being the most usable thing. And then what you don't really see here, let me see if I can find a better picture of it, is I added, we had a remote, here's some pictures here. So here's me down in Mexico with my my gas station cowboy hat that I bought in Texas. Let me see if I can find a closer picture of the actual. Yeah, you can kind of see it here. So there's the DZO zoom. It was expensive, but it was the least expensive cinema style zoom. I mean, it was $2,800 maybe, I think. So I mean, I was kind of coming out of the budget of the project that we were doing. Not directly, I didn't charge the client for it, but I knew how much I was making. I was like, okay, I can spend some of that on getting this zoom, and I'll have the zoom to do other things with. So there's the DZO. It's a 20 to 55. So I would rather have had like a 30 to 100 or something like that. Canon makes like a 28 to 70. That's a really great range for a zoom. 20 to 55 is pretty good. 55 just doesn't get super tight. But again, on a Steadicam, you're not going to want to go much tighter than the 55 anyway. So what you can see here on the sides, if I can get the glare out of the way, on the sides here is a Tilta focus system. So I already had a Tilta Nano, which I was using to do just as a follow focus. And then I bought a whole Tilta system, which comes with 2 motors. So now I have 3 total motors because the Tilta, the handheld device, will work up to 3 motors. And so you can program it to run the little nano motor that I already had. So that's pretty cool. So now I had 3 motors. And then my matte box that I got is also a Tilta matte box, and it's got a motorized filter thing in there. So you can get a circular polarizer, and then you've got a remote knob that you can turn your polarizer depending on, you know, which direction you're facing and looking at the sky or looking at a reflection or whatever. You can manually adjust the circular polarizer. So and it has a button that you can either just mount to the camera and use right there, or it can come off and it's battery powered. So I was running the camera and I'm moving it through space and focusing on my subject. And Noah was sitting off to the side on the, let's see if you can see where it is. No, it's right off. It's off the back of this image. So off the back of the handle here is a little Wi-Fi box that beams the HDMI signal to an Apple device, and you can connect up to 5 devices, I think. Yeah, it's like a transmitter. And so it's the Cinei Axonos or something like that. Cinei 2 or something. Anyway, but you can connect up to like 5 devices. And so if you can see in the video that I was showing you a minute ago, if I can find it again. No, it is gone forever. Anyway, we had an iPad set up on the. Oh, is this Noah using the? No, it's something else. Anyway, we had the iPad set up on a tripod, and I could use my iPad as a monitor. So whenever we had it on the jib and the stabilizer unit's way up in the air, you know, obviously you can't see the screen up there. You don't want to run a 100-foot cable down. You don't want a cable jerking on your stabilizer. And so I would be able to use my iPad, which I could turn up to full brightness and use outside in the sun. We'd still put a little sunshade on it or something so we could really see. But I mean, it was all you need it for is framing, really, you know. So yeah, so that was really nice to use it that way. But when we were using it, and here's some of me walking with it. So as you can see, it's pretty hefty. The camera floats, but I don't. You know, that was pretty sweaty in this in that particular shot. I think there's a better one. There's another one. Here's one that's like a vertical video. And of course, I'm not operating. I'm just walking with it. But and what's hilarious was the kids. They called me the robot cowboy because I had all the little Mexican kids. Which was pretty funny. It was like Muchacho Robotico or something. But anyway, so what Noah had the control for the Tilta stuff. And so he could do the focus, the zoom, the iris, and the polarizer. He could operate all of that. And then he had his iPhone sitting on top of that so that he could see what he was doing. And the latency on that transmitter is like 50 milliseconds or something like that. And so it's perfectly fine for doing follow focus. It's super fast. I mean, if you were doing like a real like snap zoom or something like that, the latency might be noticeable. But at 50 milliseconds, you're not noticing that. So it was really pretty great. I don't think I have any video of me actually using it. Looks like maybe this. I'm going to let it float a little bit. No, that's just walking back to the dorm room. So, yeah, I had very few problems with it. The only problem was if it did disconnect, it was a real pain to get it to reconnect. You basically had to like turn everything off and then turn it back on. And so that was a pain when it was on the jib and would lose connection because you'd have to bring it down and like turn it off and like turn it back on. And sometimes you have to do it 3 or 4 times before it would like reconnect. So that was the only problem that I ever had with it, was when it would reconnect, it was difficult to get it back. But yeah, we didn't have too many problems with it disconnecting. We also shot some underwater footage. I don't know how long you've been watching something, how much of the movie you've seen, but I'll go to the movie timeline and just show you the beginning of the film real quick, which hopefully is watchable. Hey, it's my dad. So let's go. I've got a keyboard somewhere, like a real keyboard. Here it is. Let's go home to the opening shots of the film. Let's wait for these thumbnails to update. Oh, I need to show all clips. All clips. There we go. Okay, so now we go home. All right, here's my production company title. I think. Yes, no, maybe. Yeah, why am I not seeing anything? Oh, there it is. Okay. Very nice. So the movie opens close up on Gwen's face as she opens her eyes, and then the camera pulls back. Waiting for it to load. Hello. There we go. All right, so this is the opening shot of the film, and then the camera pulls back. What is happening? I need a little heftier computer to deal with all this, unfortunately. So opening shots there. She opens her eyes. She says a line. Camera pulls back. We cut to the side angle. I'm going to turn off all the grading. That'll help. Supposedly. There we go. So we cut to the side. She looks at what time it is. We cut back to this overhead shot. And then it starts, you hear water noises, and it starts to rain in her room. And I don't know how well you're going to be able to see it. You can kind of see it a little bit. But there is rain misting down. You can kind of see it glistening on the blanket there. Her face gets wet as we go through this shot. Let me go to the end, towards the end of the shot. You can kind of see there her face is wet. See it's glistening here. I don't think this will play smoothly, but it might. Loud noise coming. Yeah, so there you can see the rain kind of backlit a little bit. So we're going to enhance that in After Effects, add in some face. Oh, good. Yeah, that's. I always wonder, like, what does it look like for somebody watching at home after all the compression and everything? So, especially a fine detail like that, it's hard to see. But anyway, you can kind of see that it's there. So what we're going to do is we're going to add in some digital rain too, just on top of it. But I'm glad that we did that practically live, so that way her face is wet and the blanket's glistening and getting wet. That stuff's hard to fake later. So then we cut back to this overhead shot, and then we have another side shot where she's still raining, getting wetter and wetter. Man, I don't know why it's taking so long to load these clips with the color bypassed. Probably because I'm live streaming and have Zoom open and some other stuff. I should probably close Zoom. So here you see she's getting wetter and wetter. So then we cut to this overhead shot again, except this was actually shot a couple of months later. And we used the same sheets and the same wardrobe and everything, of course. We tried to light it the same. So this was like in the... actually, let me go back to this one. So this is in the bedroom where we're just overhead on the jib. And then this is cropped in, but it's months later. There's a resize on it. But what's happening is we got a mattress. This is in a pool. So that as she's laying in the bed, we have this wide shot of the room earlier where this is going to be a CG effects shot where water starts coming up out of the ground and water steeps, is rising. And then we cut here to this shot, which is very similar to the previous overhead shot, same composition, roughly the same lighting. And of course we'll crop in so you don't, or make it so you don't see the pool liner, in the shot. But basically the water overtakes her bed, and then she ends up falling off the mattress, falling off of her bed, and into the underwater, and the rest of the sequence takes place underwater. It's sort of a fantasy sequence, sort of the depression, drowning her kind of thing. And so a lot of the rest of this takes place underwater, and we shot all this stuff just in a swimming pool. So yeah, lighting's pretty harsh. I mean, this is one thing that I wish that I had done a little differently. I mean, the negative on this interior nighttime stuff is pretty thin. So again, if you go and look at just like this extreme close up here and look at the waveforms, you see there's almost no red value at all. So my negative that I'm working with is pretty thin, but it's really not that big a deal because this is kind of what I want it to look like anyway. I kind of wanted the whole thing to be kind of this, abyss, James Cameron, abyss blue kind of color. So, if I were a more experienced cinematographer, if I had done coloring already, then I would have been able to look at my waveforms on set and go, hey, I don't have any red here. But I was just kind of doing everything by eye. And so I think it'll still look how I want it to look when I'm done. So I'll turn the color grading on here, but I don't know. I haven't graded this shot, so I don't know. Yeah, it just has. So I have everything grouped. I'm using groups in Resolve. And so I have a group pre-clip, which is adding some negative film grain. I had at one point, except I think I did it. I think I changed how I wanted to do the color management. So I think if I turn this node on, I think it's going to look kind of gross. But this was like a group balance node, yeah, which I did under, like I said, under a different color management. So it's not going to look good. So I got to redo all that. But if you get into some of this exterior day stuff, where I've got a more robust negative to work with, I've got even the interior day stuff. I love this shot. It's just nice and warm. Little tiny eye light in the eyes. We got over there to shoot the shot. Everything looked great, but her eyes were just black, like a shark's eyes. And I have just a little $25 LED light that I got on Amazon for for $25 1,000 years ago. It's not much bigger than my iPhone. And I just turned it on just enough just to get it's not really lighting her from up under. It's just enough to just get a reflection out of her eyes. And so get this really nice little eye light in the shot there. But you can see over here with the red, green, and blue, I've got a much more robust negative to work with. And again, the shot is not color graded. I haven't even balanced any of this. Basically all that's done to this. I'll show you so there's the thing straight out of camera. So the only thing applied to it is the negative grain, the print grain, and then I've got a LUT, Kodak 2383 film LUT on the timeline grade. So everything's got that LUT applied to it, a little bit of sharpness, and then some halation of the super bright stuff. So like one place where you can see the halation was this shot. And if I zoom in to, let's see, yeah. So you can see the halation around these hot spots, just like a little sort of a warm glow, sort of a reddish glow. And so if I were to disable the halation, see that glow go away, come back, go away, come back. So it's a very small touch, and I'll probably adjust it now that I've got all my color management, everything set correctly, because I made this halation settings some time ago. You can change the color space that they're processed in, APO versus AP1, which will change the look of them as well. And actually, yeah, I guess it's still in the ACES color space at this point. So, but anyway, so I've got a couple of little look things here in the end, but there's no grade or anything on it yet. I haven't done any balancing. So, so here it is without the LUT and everything, and then here's the ungraded with just that one LUT on it. Pretty close. So it's already looking pretty good, even unbalanced and everything like that. Edge detect. Okay, I could see that. I kind of like how the halation works. Why would you use edge detection over the halation effect? Is there a difference in the processing time? I mean, the halation takes a little bit to do some processing. So is there a difference in the processing time, or why would you use the edge detect over the halation. Just curious. Again, here's some stuff that I've started kind of attempting to do some grading on. It doesn't look great yet, but still learning. So as soon as it loads, come on. There we go. So this is Mrs. Hiddlemeyer. I just love this back sunlight and the halation on her hot spots and stuff. Oh, I see. That makes sense. I may have to play around with that, but I got it dialed in pretty good where, like, on a shot like this, it would be just on these really tight hot spots on her glasses, maybe just a very soft glow on a wide hot area like that, but it's not really like super affecting, you're not getting a weird cookie cutter pattern around it or something like that, a big area like that. So I feel like I got it dialed in pretty good. So you can see it just a little bit, just a little red coming out of the highlights, like on their fingers and stuff like that, on her highlights on her nose and stuff. It's pretty subtle, but it just kind of gives it that film look a little bit. But I'll look at that edge. I'll have to give that a try and see the difference there. So anyway, 2 hours ago, I was talking about using the ND versus not using the ND. And so the ND is in that matte box. I didn't have that Tilta matte box, which is like a carbon fiber super light. I had a heavier matte box. And so if we ever used it on the stabilizer, or if we were mounting it to a car, or if we were using on the jib, I was not really able to use the ND. And so here's a couple of great examples. Let me go to there's just a couple of scenes where we come in and the first shot is like a jib shot coming down. All right, here's a great example. So here is, and again, all this is ungraded. Just has that LUT, a little bit of halation on it. So here is mostly the straight out of the camera shot on the river. My color temperature I set to like 6,500, 6,000, 6,500, 7,000. I just love a nice warm golden look, And the sun helped us out a lot. We had a lot of direct sunlight when we were filming. Anyway, I already like the look of this. Again, haven't touched any of the color grading. There's no balancing on the group pre-clip or anything. This is totally unbalanced. This is just like straight out of the camera. And already I'm like, this looks pretty good. I like it. I kind of like it how it is. But the shot that we come into the scene with is on the jib. And so here's the end of the jib shot after we boom down into the area. And this actually has a fix applied to it, I think. Oh, I've turned it off. Okay. So, so this is, and I'll go this one and the previous clip. So this is a close-up of Roy, but you can kind of see how warm and how his skin's got some red to it. I swear that neutral density, it's got just a little bit of a red tint to it on the bottom end. It doesn't seem to be doing too much of a red tint all the way across. It's just sort of right there on the bottom. You can see it in the shadows go kind of red. And it's a look that I like. I like it. And so when we go to a shot without the ND, you'll see when it loads. Why is this taking so long? There we go. No red in the shadows. Shadows are very cool. Much more blue-green look. This is much more video-y look also, just because these are the appropriate colors. You can see in the waveform, it's basically, more balanced because it doesn't have a piece of orange in front of the lens. Yeah. And the trick is, like, when you're balancing, like, you don't want to balance out the color you put in on set with your filters and your lighting and all that stuff, So you have to kind of shoot, if you really want to be proper, which I did not do very well when we were filming this, then you want to shoot a gray card and or a color chart with no filters on your lens and no gels on your lights. That way, Once you set based on that, then when you put your gels on your lights and your filter on your lens, and then adjust your exposure accordingly for both, then whatever balancing you do based on your color chart, you'll keep all of your color and stuff from your gels and your filters in your actual clip. My problem is I did not shoot color charts for every scene. That's the downside when your entire film crew is you and your buddy Noah. Our whole film crew for this thing was me, Noah, and our PA, Caitlin. We filmed this entire feature film out of the back of my Subaru Outback. Hour and 48-minute movie, and most days the crew was me and Noah. So some things fall through the cracks. What are you going to do? Even so, it's just like just doing stuff by eye. Like I know what something should look like, and I know how to, like I put a LUT in my monitor. I knew how to turn that on and off and actually look at make sure that I was actually capturing data, at least from a Luma perspective, and the histogram all the way across. So even just by eye, you're able to get a shot like this. This is one of my favorite shots in the movie. I knew what I was getting in my hot spots. I knew what I was getting in the shadows. I knew everything else I could kind of take care of in post after that. I mean, it's a pretty good looking shot. I like it. Looks nice. So the real trick is going to be matching some of the pickup shots that we did. I've got this shot here, which is he's catching a fish and she's watching him dip the net into the water. All right, I gotta close zoom. I don't know why it's taking 10 seconds to load these clips. It should be like instantaneous. Goodbye, zoom. Yeah, I'm running Zoom and OBS. Let's see. Jose, silently. There you go. You got it. Okay. Should give me some resources back. Yeah, I'm running Zoom and OBS and Resolve on a MacBook Air M1. Not recommended. Okay. So I've got this shot here where her watching him dip that out. And then this is my pickup shot that I did. And look at the lighting discrepancy. So we got this hard light in this shot. And then the day we shot the pickups, it just was not hard sun. We just didn't have it, Oh no, I haven't done any grading for any of the footage. I haven't done anything yet. So this is all unbalanced, pretty much straight out of the camera. This is as shot. The only thing that I've done is gone through, I think, every clip and set the raw settings to make sure that the white balance and the exposure and the tint and all that are set. That's really the only thing that I've done. I've done that, and then I've grouped things together. Probably my groups I'll end up breaking down into even smaller groups. But I have all the fishing stuff is grouped together because it's all exterior day with basically the same camera settings. I've grouped all my interior night stuff because it's all that deep blue kind of look. The store is like its own thing. When all the women meet up before they go on this trip, it's at this church location. And so I've got all the church stuff grouped together because it has its own set of concerns. So I've not done any color correction or grading for basically anything. That one driveway scene with the old lady that I was showing you earlier with the curlers in her hair, I did a pass of correcting and grading on that. Wasn't super happy with it, but it was like, I'm learning how to do this. I picked that scene in particular because it's not a super important scene. It's like all exposition. And I was like, I'll come back and redo it after I figure out what I'm doing. But this is one I can practice on. And if it doesn't look great, that's fine. I can always come back and fix it later. So now that I've got this panel, I will pick another scene similar, maybe some of this church stuff, and I will go in and start to do some grading on it. But the thing that I was working on before I do that is trying to get that match, like I was showing you, between the fishing shots that I did with the ND in the few shots that I have without the ND. Like, what's the difference in the ND? What is the ND doing? How can I match the non-ND shots to the ND stuff? Because I like the way the stuff looks with the ND. I don't want to balance that stuff to the point where I'm taking the color of the ND out. I don't want to do that. So instead, what I want to do is figure out, basically make a filter node that's like adding the color of the ND to my non-ND clips. So that's why I've got these color charts. Go back to these color charts. These two in particular, where I've got this color chart. Why is this taking so long? Color chart with the ND and color chart without the ND. So this was shot same day, same lighting conditions, within seconds of each other. And so these two clips, the only difference is this one's got the ND on it and this one doesn't. You can see there's a little bit of difference in the angle of the color checker. And so there's a little bit of difference in the reflectivity and the luma of the blacks and the background behind the chips. But so let me go up to my gallery, color chart correctors. And so the one with the ND, I've got that saved as a still. So I'll go to the one without the ND, and I'm going to use my board for this here. So I'm going to, let's make a new node. So we got an active node there. Okay. Now I'm going to play still, but I don't know what still I have loaded up. I guess I don't have one. So let's, I guess I'll, yes, I'll double click this. All right, so now I've got, and my play still button lit up, even though I did it in the interface. So that's pretty cool. So now then I can do this wipe and sort of wipe it across the chips here and see, what is the difference. So right now what I've done is I've turned off all the color correction that I've done previously, because I'd like to redo it with this panel and see if I can get it dialed in a little better. So you can see there's a big difference in the colors and the values and stuff between these two clips. So let's have at it. I just feel like, man, I feel like I should just adjust the exposure just a little bit. I feel like the exposure might be a little too dark. That is too much. So how about that? Oh, I was going the wrong way. That's why. Okay, that's not bad. Yeah, so isn't this interesting? It seems like the contrast of this is much greater. It seems like that ND really lowers the contrast, I guess. So I guess we'll leave it here where it is, and then we'll just do the rest. Yeah. All right, so what I'm looking at is these chips here on the right-hand side, and I'm going to increase the size of my scopes here. So you can see here on the right, you can see where my wipe is. So on the right is with the ND, on the left is without the ND. So I'm trying to get the left to match the right. And sort of counterintuitively, because I have the black up top and the white on the bottom in this chart, this right here is going to be upside down of this. Down here is the black and up here is the white. So I've got to remember that it's flopped as I'm looking at it. So I'm going to do my lift first. And you can see it's more green here, which, the scopes down here are telling me as well. there's a green drop in the stuff with the ND, and there's a green, the green is pretty high in the lift here. So I'm going to take my lift down. And I'm going to, I want to look at my wheels because I'm still not used to this yet. So, okay. And then I want to take my green down. So I want to go away from green. So I want to go towards magenta. So I'm going to take my wheel towards magenta to drop my green in my lift. Okay. Come back a little bit. Take my lift down a little more. All right. I'm going to take it away from blue because I want to lift my blue. So I want to go toward blue. No, away from blue. No, toward blue. I want my blue to go higher. There we go. My blue and my red kind of on top of each other. Okay. And all right. I think that'll change a little bit when I adjust my gamma. Already you can look at the two black chips and see they're so much closer than they were before. They're still not the same, but they're like way closer. Okay, so now let's go to my gain, and I will bring my gain down, and that'll get that red and cyan bar up there matching. Okay, so that's pretty good, and I don't see enough color separation to really know. It looks like maybe I need to bring my blue down. Maybe I need to bring my green up just a little. So I'll go just a little green in my gain. Get the green and blue closer together, and take my gain up some more. Okay, and then we'll have to use gamma to kind of stretch this out a little, or contrast or something. Right, so now I'm going to use my gamma, and I'm going to bring it down. I'll lift my gain again. Bring my gamma down. Lift my gain again. Just kind of keep going back and forth here. Okay, we're getting close. Color-wise, not bad. Now I need to adjust my lift again, so I need to bring my lift up. And I need to bring my green up, so I need to go just towards green just a little bit. Not quite so much separation in my greens. And dial in sort of an even separation. Okay, bring my lift up just a hair. All right, that's getting pretty close. Bring my gamma down again. Lift up again. Gain up just a hair. Okay. I'm going to adjust my gamma colors again. I need to bring my green down, so I need to go away from green. There we go. Get some separation there. And bring my gamma down. Bring it down too far, and then lift my lift again. Bring it down again. Lift my lift again. Okay. Take the gain up a little. Ooh, oh. All right, and then I need to bring my green down. So I'll go away from green and the gain. And I guess I'll bring this down and just take the red up is what I need to do. Is just take the red, lift the red. There we go. Okay. I'm slowly figuring it out. And less green, so just go a little more towards a little separation there in the red and green. All right. A little more red. We're starting to get it all dialed in here, like in my lift. Just a little bit of lift. No, what I actually need is to raise the green in my lift. So go toward green. All right, and it's getting pretty darn close. I want to adjust my contrast a little. That'll help. Okay, and then let me just take my offset up. Just raise everything up. All right, and then my gain, my top end. Actually, let's go into log mode. Man, I'm already getting this under my fingers. This is great. So I'm just adjusting the top end, and I just want to bring the green down again. So I'm going to go away from green to bring the green down. Yep. I love this. You got to make kind of a big move. To get it to go very far. I mean, that is, as far as the chips go, obviously the background is darker on one than on the other, but it's got reflectivity that the chips don't. I mean, the whole point of the chips is that they have very little specular highlight and all that stuff. So it's the chips that you want to get looking correct, not the rest of it. And pretty close. I am in, let's see, I'm still in log mode, correct? Yes. Okay, so I'm just going to take the middle down just a smidge. And I'm going to take the bottom. I don't know. The bottom looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. So now we're going to move the wipe. So this is what I wonder. Let's go to the manual here. So I'm wondering if, oh yeah, because all these knobs across the top have shift up and shift down functions. So top group, wipe still, controls the wipe position and mode. This key does not have a simple press mode, only the ones below. Press and hold adjust the position of the wipe by using the right ring. And shift up cycles through the wipe still options with a wraparound. Okay, interesting. Does your manual have any new updates on the user function? It's a good question. Let's see here. User, bind your own keyboard shortcut to this key, allowing you to map your most commonly used shortcut to this button. As of this writing, this function is not available yet. That's what it says on here. So basically that would give you 3 keyboard shortcuts that you could just set to that key. But it says the function is not available yet, so I don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know. So like, again, when you go into the setup app, all you have is factory reset. That's the only option there. But you would think it would be maybe eventually, like in your preferences, like in the control panel setup, like you figure it would probably be in here in the color grading panel. Hey, there's a user thing here. What does that have? Oh, that's just for. Okay, yeah, here we go. User for control panels. Classic Davinci trackball alignment. Grading style Davinci or rank. I don't know what that means. Lift balance, lift master, has all these things set at 50. I don't know what these numbers mean. I'm guessing it has to do with how much it changes every time you roll it or something, I guess. I don't know. Oh, and apparently you can do jog shuttle. That's kind of cool. LCD brightness, key backlighting. Oh, interesting. So I wonder if I change that to like 25, if the lights would dim, I would guess. That's kind of cool. It's good to know that that's there. So I'm guessing this probably is where that will be in a software update. I'm surprised it's not part of 19. But I don't see it. It's not here. It's not in the user settings. It's for the control panels. It's not in the system settings for the control panels. It's not under advanced. Yep. So we'll cancel out of that. I'm guessing it's not going to be in the project settings. Yeah, I don't really see anything here for that in the project settings. The only other place where it might one day end up would be keyboard customization. So let's say one thing that I use a lot is in the Ripple training, he walks you through how to set up a custom keyboard command, and the way he does that is by setting tab to add a label to the node. So if you create a node and hit tab, it takes you up there where you can type in a label for the node. So that way it's kind of amazing there's no keyboard shortcut for that built in. And so you would go here and you would search, label, and there it is, label selected node, and I've got the keystroke, which is the tab. And so looks like I can add a second keystroke maybe. So I wonder if I just hit user. Yeah, nothing. Doesn't do anything. So don't do nothing yet. Womp womp. Oh well. So that seems like that will be pretty handy eventually. While we're looking at that, was the loop button. Toggles between looped and non-looped playback of a clip. Makes sense. Shift up toggles the window overlay. Shift down toggles mute and unmute. Okay. Toggles the window overlay. Shift loop. Oh, the tool. Like the in this case, it's the color picker tool, or the image wipe tool, or the qualifier. Obviously, the image wipe tool is what I want to use, so that's pretty handy. Again, that was something that surely there's a keyboard shortcut for it, but the thing is, in Resolve, when you hover over something, it'll tell you what it is, but it doesn't give you the keyboard shortcut out to the side. I wish that it would do that. That would be super helpful. In Logic Pro, there is a notes section, and I got to where I would just go and write down my most common keyboard shortcuts over there because I would forget them if I didn't use them for a couple of weeks or something. Or if it was a couple of days, and I'd come back and I'd be like, hey, what was that again? So I'd have notes. I could just pop my notes out, and it would have them all listed over there. But I'm going to be relying on this manual, I can tell, for a while, looks like. Reset. Oh yeah, reset. This key resets the grade of the current node. Shift up and reset resets the selected palette. For example, you can reset only a qualifier while leaving your primary grade intact. Interesting. So if I have my wheels and my qualifier palette open, how does it know which one? How does it know which one I want to reset? I guess I'll figure that out the hard way. Shift down and reset resets all grades and nodes on the clip. So reset does the current node. Shift down reset does all the nodes on this current clip. Good to know. Oh, and delete deletes the selected node from the graph. Shift up delete deletes the selected window from the node. Shift down and delete deletes the selected still from the gallery. Okay. Oh, this is nice. So there's the auto color button, but if you shift up and hold auto color, it applies the grade to the selected clip from 2 clips earlier in the timeline. Because normally you're cutting back and forth between 2 shots pretty often. Yeah. And shift down applies the grade to the selected clip from 1 clip earlier in the timeline. So I can see that being pretty handy. Copy copies the clip grade. Shift up copy copies the node grade. Paste pastes the clip grade. Shift up applies the grade from the selected still. Also, I can see that being very handy. Ah, this is nice. On the add window button, by default it adds a circular window, but shift up adds a linear window. And then shift down tracks the active window in both directions. Man, this is super handy. Keyframes. I haven't done much with keyframes in Resolve. I've tried to not have to keyframe too much stuff. You get into keyframing stuff sometimes, and your work starts to be apparent, you know. Shift up highlight cycles through the different highlight modes. So earlier when I was in highlight mode, if I'd hit shift highlight, I would have gotten the black and white mode. Makes sense. Very cool. Viewer does the cinema viewer. Shift up in the viewer toggles the clips display on and off. Shift down in the viewer toggles the light box display on and off. Okay. That's very cool. I haven't done much with the light box yet. I have, was it shift down and viewer? Shift down and viewer. Whoa, there's the light box. It's very nice. So I guess you could grade in lightbox mode with this panel, right? Because you can see a bunch of different clips at once. I mean, you wouldn't want to do it on the little thumbnail, but you could open up to the cinema viewer and grade and pop back out and look at the other clips and then navigate to a different clip and then pop it out and grade and then pop it back. That's pretty cool. Very interesting. Okay. So why did I look at that? I wanted to look to see, can I move the wipe with the control panel? And I can by holding down. Don't worry, I remember. It is press and hold wipe still and adjust the position of the wipe by using the right ring. Press and hold wipe still and use the right ring. Look at that. How cool is that? So let's go to the next round of chips here, where we've got cyan, magenta, yellow, and red, green, and blue. And now all of a sudden things do not look as matched. Do they? No, they do not. So now what do? I don't know. Well, how bad off are things? The thing is, I feel like if I were to now obviously if I make adjustments now, it's going to unmatch the grayscale clips, which I feel like are, you know, pretty close. They're not perfect, but that's like pretty close. Maybe a little. No, I don't know. It's pretty close. Let me see what his shirt looks like now. So it's got some purple in it, but it's clearly not as purple as the ND clip. Which again, if we get out here to some of these, I mean, look at the purple swatch. Look how different it is. The ND on the right is so much more red than the. Uh-oh, I just nudged something. I think. Yeah. Where is it? Where's it? Wipe still. If we go here. Yeah. So the things that I'm most concerned with is like this row right here, because this has my light skin tones, my dark skin tones, my light sky, my dark sky, my foliage. You know, these are pretty much the tones that I'm going to be working with in the film. And even looking at the scopes, I mean, they're broken up, but like pretty close. And so if I change, so I've got my qualifier. Whoa, hello. So I've got my qualifier tool, and if I hover over something over here, it gives me the circles and the scopes over there. You can see the circles moving around. And so as I go back and forth between these two swatches, you see these circles are not moving a whole lot. They're a little different, but like not much. And in the light skin tones, yeah, basically I need to boost the blue. Oh, what did I just do? I just tapped something. I didn't mean to do that. So sensitive. It looks like the blue needs to come up. Looks like I need to cool it off a little. It's like a blue offset. So why don't I go to offset, and I want to just raise the blue. Why didn't that work? Why did that not work correctly? Offset is on, so I should be doing. Oh, I'm looking at the log wheels for one thing. Although I don't know why that would matter for offset. Okay. And if I wanted to go blue, then I would just dial to the right, and that should take it only blue and not much else. So now I need less blue. I got to put too much blue in it. It's looking pretty good. If I go to a so I want to increase the saturation. So I want to Luma versus Sat. Hang on. Pick a hue to change a hue. I want to pick a hue to change the sat. I want to pick a luma to change the sat. There we go. Okay. So if I get my range here, okay. I want to desaturate that just a little bit. Actually, let me reset that. And we will just take this down this way a little, I think. That's probably what I want to do. Seeing what effect this has. The green looks better, the blues look better. The skin tone is all off now. So maybe that's not what I want. Do I want to do individual? Oh, you know what? This is what I want. Color slicer, which is new in Resolve 19, I think. And this is actually really great. I was using this earlier. The thing is, I don't think. Let's look. Let's do a little internet search here. I don't think the color slicer. I don't know if I can use. Davinci Resolve micro panel color slicer. Color slice. How to use color slice in Resolve 19. Quick look at micro color panel. How to use color slice tutorial. I'm not seeing anything that's showing me both. Full manual for new micro color panel. Here's a link. Curves, yeah. In After Effects and Photoshop, I've always used curves when I'm editing my iPhone photos. The little app that I use, I always use curves. I don't know. Oh, is this the same? This is the exact same thing that I'm looking at. But it's good to have a digital version of it, so I'll just download that. So yeah, I could do curves. I feel like I don't know. I don't know if I'm good enough to do that. Also, I'm doing, what you're not supposed to do is do everything in one node. But I'm doing this all in one node because I want to do it as a smart node and just kind of quickly apply it. I could make it a compound node or something like that and do parallels and all that stuff so that the color's not affecting the luma and those kinds of things. But so already I want to see, got the wrong tool. So I want to go to image wipe and just make sure that I haven't screwed up what I did before. Yeah, those grays are not the same, are they? I've already messed around with it. Wonder how far I can undo. It's still going. Boom. There we go. Okay. So, honestly, the colors don't look terrible. Like when I get there, that purple one doesn't look right. And like the saturation on the blue and the orange at the bottom, are not the same. But like the skin tones are pretty close. Not quite the same, but they are. Let's see. There's a way to turn that tool on and off. What does cursor do? Cursor toggles a selection cursor in the viewer using the right trackball to move it around like a mouse. Interesting. select, okay, selects the color under the cursor for curves and secondaries. Oh, okay. So if I'm doing curves, and so let me do cursor, and then the middle one is a mouse. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, what have I done? Oh, I hit something. I think I hit the space bar. Ooh, boy. All right. Next clip. There we go. Okay. Go back here. Make sure this is still dialed in for the most part. Pretty close. All right. Uh-oh, my lights are going out. There's my house telling me it's bedtime. Okay, so again, we're looking not at the grid, but at the chips. Pretty darn close, man. The green level is about the same all the way across. The blue level drops and the red level drops. So I want to bring that blue and red level up. Now let's look at the bottom skin tone here. Red level drops. Again, green level basically stays the same. Blue level drops. So I need to bring up blue and red on both just a little bit for the skin tone. So I can see it mostly here because I can see where the red is. So I need to bring up blue and red. So I basically need to go toward magenta. Do I want to do the camera or the offset? I don't want to do too much because I don't want to screw up my gray tones. My gray tones are pretty good. And it's just it's just a nudge. So let's go offset. So I'll turn my offset on. There. Offset. Okay, offset is on. And I'm going to nudge my offset towards magenta just a little bit. I'm looking at it by eye. I'm watching the charts. The charts are getting closer. The scopes are getting closer over there. Man, that is just like the slightest little nudge, but like it's pretty good. So there's the red-green separation on the top one. I guess it could come up just a little more. And then, just to see, I want to go white back to my black and whites and see how different they are now. A little. Really just that dark gray one is a little more purpley. Let's see what Noah's shirt's looking like. Okay. Not as red, but it's, interesting. So I think my skin tones are pretty good. My grayscales, for the most part, are close. Really, in these others is really just like some saturation and hue issues. I mean, not hue, but value, like brightness. This one's a little off. This one needs a little more cyan in it. Yeah. little less red, a little more blue. That's the type of thing that I would take care of with with the color slicer. So I might fine tune with the slicer. What I would love is if you could use the slicer with the panel, but I guess not. I don't really see any way that you would be able to do that. Let me go back to I gotta turn some lights on in here. Let's put it back on Twitch purple. And let me just peruse this one more time. Oh, actually, you know what would be easier? Didn't I just download this? Yeah, let's do it this way. Open in preview. Thank you. No, the word slice does not appear in this manual. So, okay, so that's a bummer. But makes sense. It's a new tool. It is a new tool. Oh, I wonder, like, the big, like, $30,000 one, does it have, how many trackballs does it have? Color panels. $2,000 one has 3. There's the micro. There's the mini. Ah, it has 4. Well. RGB all level. Interesting. I'll say this: Y lift, Y gamma, Y gain. Adjust brightness without affecting color saturation. So again, I would want to watch a Cullen Kelly something. Mark Spencer might cover that in. Now that I know what I'm looking for, he might cover that in the Ripple training. But I'll look at it. I'm sure Cullen Kelly has something where he goes over when to use one or the other. Quickly change tools. Okay, so here, if you've got the big board, you can change to curves. That's cool. Motion tracking, blur tracker, qualifier, keyer. Yeah. So I guess that's why you would pay more money to have that board instead of the one that I got. But I'm thankful to have the one that I have. So. Yeah, see, like on the Big Daddy here, I was wondering if you could use the color slicer on that, or if they're going to have to basically redo all their hardware now to accommodate the color slicer, or just decide you have to do that all software base. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably what I'll get next. I'll get the big one. This costs more than my car. Why not? Why not just go for broke? Why not just get the whole thing? It's real pretty. It looks so pretty. It's parked there on the desk. Now I really like my BenQ monitor, and I don't know what I just hit. I just hit something. I really like my BenQ monitor, and I like. I would like to get, if I had like a Mac Studio Ultra, then I think I would like to get 2 of these 27-inch 4Ks, and then get the 32-inch version up here. Again, it's one of those things where people are like, "Hey, you need, if you're going to do this seriously, you need this $10,000, reference monitor." All right, you know, you probably do. But really? Do you really? You know, I don't know. This monitor I have is $500. But it's 100% Rec 709 calibrated. And I've got this $150 tool that's going to calibrate it just to double check, make sure that the calibration is good, you know? Right, exactly. So I'm like, even if I set up like a color correction house, like I was renting it out like here in the Nashville area, do I need a $10,000 monitor? I mean, is it 200 times better than this monitor? Is it 200 times more accurate? It seems like that's impossible. Is it more accurate? Oh, sure. 200 times more accurate to justify the cost? No, I don't think so. So I'm not going to be renting my space out anytime soon because I would have to clean. I don't feel like doing that. But, you know, I want to have for myself. I want to have professional grade cinema tools. I feel like this movie that we did, which again, we shot out of the back of my car, basically, me and my buddy. I did all the major roles on it, you know. And yet, I think it's going to look and sound great in a theater. You know, 5.1 mix is sounding really good. Another thing that I had to learn to do from scratch, I'd never even opened Logic when I started doing the sound design. I didn't know how to import a clip. I didn't know how to zoom in and out of the timeline. Like I was so lost. And I just had to learn it from scratch. I got pretty good. I got, you know, I could do what I can do in it, you know. But it all sounds pretty good so far, so. Panel enables you to make a quicker gray, but in the end, people can still make good color out of a single laptop. It's a matter of efficiency. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, like I said before, I was doing it with this multi-touch trackpad, but I would take my fingers off, and whatever last little final adjustment I made, it would just kind of fudge a little. And this, as soon as I touched it, it was just like, oh, man, so much better. Some of that is probably psychological, me just needing to justify this purchase that I can't really afford right now. But, yeah, it just feels so good. It just feels so good. All right, so I am curious to see what my foliage looks like way out here. All these panels looking kind of the same, looking good. Foliage, I mean, obviously the focus is different there for some reason. Why is the focus different? I don't know. Oh, because I had the ND off, so I had to... Yes, and this one the ND is off, so I had to stop down. So there is a wider depth of field. Right. But the colors, like, that's, you know, reasonably pretty close. The sort of the reddish-orange highlights look the same. The green looks roughly the same tone. It looks a little darker maybe, but, yeah. All right, so these colors look pretty good. So now I'm kind of interested in, let me put it back on these because these are the colors that I actually kind of care about here. So now I'm kind of interested in like, which looks better. And I wonder if I select two things, if it'll toggle them both. No, it just disables them both and enables both of them, which that's not what I want. Scopes. Chill out. Chill out, bro. Okay. So this is what I had done before. Wait. Hang on. Okay. So this is what I had done before. And it's not really very good. Not really very good. And this is what I've done just now. I feel like it's pretty good. I feel like it is pretty good. So I am going to... So I have this set up as a shared node, which means this node... I can put it somewhere else, and anywhere that I change it, it changes it everywhere because it's shared, right? It's not just I can quickly grab it and put it in there. Although you can do that. You can use it as that too. You can like degrade it into just like a regular node. So I'm going to add this. So I'm going to label this. I'm going to hit Tab so I can label not that one. Next node. There we go. Hit Tab. 80% similar from your display. The two color grades, or you're talking about these two? You're talking about looking at these, looking at the chips. Obviously, the blacks are not the same, but like the colors are like, I don't know, colors are pretty close. So we're gonna call this ND Fix Panel, because this is the one that I did using the panel. And we'll call it panel 1. This is the first attempt. I'll probably, once I learn what I'm doing, I'll probably come back and redo this. So now I have, so let's go to, and I want to add this as a shared node. Save as shared node. There we go. Okay. So now I'm going to go to my picture lock timeline. Let's get rid of our scopes for just a second. And I'm going to go to some of this fishing stuff where I've got the ND and don't have the ND. So we can kind of go back and forth and see, do it look similar. All right, and so here was sort of the perfect example where let's see, take the still off. Okay, so we've got this shot and we're wanting to match it to the previous shot. The problem though is it's going to go to the first frame of that shot and not the last frame of that shot. Okay, so we're trying to match this with this. Obviously very different. Neither of these shots has been color graded. I don't think. Let me look. Clip. Yeah, just empty node on that. Empty node on that. So neither of these shots has been color graded. In the group pre-clip, yeah, no balancing has been done there. No balancing has been done there. So everything is, except for the timeline grade, everything is untouched. But what I'm going to do to this group, because this group is the group B-Raw Fishing No ND. All right, so I'm going to add before this balance node. Let's see, add node. I'm going to add a shared node, ND Fix Panel 1. And I'm just going to put it before, not that it matters, but okay. And so now let's see what that looks like with it on and off. Okay, definitely redder. I'm not sure that it's putting the reds where we want it though. I feel like one of the first things I probably should have done, because obviously what's the big difference in the ND and an ND85? It's the 85. Probably the first thing I should have done is ramp the color temperature however far, because it definitely looks like there's a color temperature change. Hello. Why is this taking so long to render? Yeah, so clearly still not matching. It's definitely closer, but it's not really what I would say close. And what if I did? What if? Oh, let me look at my raw settings too, because that could. Oh, why do I have my color temperature at 4800? Maybe this is the problem. Let me just at least set it to 5600. And my tint is at 25. Maybe that should be at 10 like everything else. Oh, that's already looking. There we go. Yeah, I have my camera raw settings wonky. All right, so I have that set at 5600 because it's daylight, but this is at like 7000, I think. 6000. 6010. Already okay, already getting close, getting close. Contrast is not the same, but the colors are starting to get close. So what if I put this at 6010? All right, so let's look at the final frame of this and the next frame. Pretty close. Again, contrast issue here. And you can see in this, if I pop the scopes out, you can see the bottom end needs to get dropped. Which if I disable the ND fix node, that's almost more of a balancing issue of this particular shot maybe than it is the ND fix, because the ND is not changing too many of the values. It's actually dropping them, so you would think it would be darker. Yeah. So let me turn that off for just a second. Scroll up so I can see what I'm doing here. Come on, scopes, get out of the way. Now let's go to this balance node. So I hit next node. So I'm on the balance node. And so this is with the ND fix is off. So there's the, and so let me go to my timeline. And let's turn off those, my timeline LUT, my sharpening, and my halation. Got that turned off now. So maybe everything will render a little more quickly now. No, not my clip. Go to my group, pre-clip. Okay. And so let's just balance this a little. And so I want to be doing my primary, so I take my offset off. And I'll put this on just so I kind of see my histogram there. And let's just bring the lift down. Bring the lift down. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's reset the lift. And just bring the lift down. Man, it's just not going to hit bottom, is it? It's just going to take everything with it. To like take it way down to get it to hit the bottom. Okay, and then I'll take my gain. Actually, I'm going to bring it down because it's clipping a little bit in the clouds up there, and it's not going to undo the clipping, but just keep it off the top. Okay, and then my gamma needs to be super adjusted. There we go. I can bring my lift down even more, stretching that gamma out. It's giving me that contrast I need, almost too much contrast. Keep bringing that gamma up there. Whew. Bring that gain down some more. Bring that lift down again. Gamma back up. Really kind of doing it by eye at this point, but all right, now I'm going to go to my previous node. I'm going to turn the ND fix back on. Go to my next clip. It's just so much brighter. And also the lift is not sitting on the bottom. Of course, I haven't graded this either, so back up. So let's disable that for a second. Let's just reset everything. Ding, ding, ding. Oh no, that was bad. Wrong node. if you can lock a node? Oh, it says locked, but what does that mean? Obviously doesn't mean that you can't change it, because it seems like I just did. This is where we to the manual. Lock node. To lock nodes. Click the lock button, locks that node so no changes can be made to it. Okay. Well, it says it's locked. Let me disable this for a second. So it says that it is locked. So if I go and move something in the gamma, yep, did not do anything. Okay. Very interesting. All right, so I'm going to disable that. Next node, enable. All right, this is what I want to reset my lift, my gamma, my gain. Let's just try this again. So I'll bring the lift down a little. Bring the gain down just a smidge. Get it off the top line a little bit there. Then bring my gamma up. Brighten the image up. Take my lift back down just a little. Like just looking by eye, I feel like that's decent. So I'll go to my previous node and turn it back on. It's my corrector. Actually, let me disable it for a second. What is my tint setting here? That's probably right. Okay, let's go to the next clip. All right, so there's like some saturation contrast differences for sure. Okay, oh, so the key, it would be to go to this clip here and grab a still. So let me go to, let's see, active grades and grab still. Nice. And then I'm going to go back to the previous clip, but I want to go to the end of the clip here. So we're down there. There we go. And I want to play the still. Hey, there we go. Okay, so we definitely have a contrast and saturation issue. All right, I want to reset this node, which is just the reset button, I think. But let's read before we do it. This is in the left group. Reset resets the grade of the current node. Perfect. So I'm going to take my lift down, but take my gamma way up. My gain down just a smidge. This is so nice being able to make just these little finessing adjustments. But he ain't here. He can't stop me. Let's see if I can get these shadows a little darker, maybe. Shadows numb. Let's reset that. Might use that a little bit, but I think I just need to bring my lift down some more. I'm looking at it like right in front of his face, trying to get it. I guess I can just show you. I'm looking at this shadow right here and see if I can kind of get it matched to this down here a little, just in terms of the luma value. Just need to darken it up a little bit. Just don't want to make it too contrasty. In fact, I should probably at this point now decrease the contrast just a smidge. Kind of widen the image out a little. Okay. It's taking a while to render my changes here. There we go. Some of this might be exposure settings on the clip itself too. Yeah, see, I've got it set at like -1. What if it was like -0.5? I think that's going to end up giving me a better rendering of the image, maybe. Or one that'll match better. Let me bring my lift back down. Yep. Gain back down a little. Take my contrast back up some. And let's do a little color boost. A little saturation. I'm going to bring my highlights down a little. I'm going to bring my shadows down. Let's just swipe through some various parts of the image here and see what we got. Let's see how Gwen looks, see if we can get her kind of half and half here. Okay. Well, what we can do is this, and then change the reference sizing down here. Reference sizing. And we're just going to pan. I mean, the colors look pretty good, if you ask me. I think I need to increase the contrast, but colors are looking pretty good. Yeah, I just need to like wrench this thing here. There we go. I mean, that's looking pretty good. Graded, you know. It's looking pretty good. Maybe I should save this, since I haven't done that all afternoon. What you think? Looks pretty good. I might even change the tint a little on these clips that don't have the ND. What if we put it at 0? Maybe it should be at least like 5. That's not bad. Not bad at all. In fact, I might actually take the color temperature a little cooler. Just do it on this balancing node, I guess. And so where's color temperature? All right, I know there's a way to do it. Oh, here it is. Offset. Ah. Offset left ring. There it is. Take the contrast down a little. And maybe take the exposure back down closer to where I had it. How about a point? Nope. Negative 0.67. That is pretty darn close. Pretty close. Okay. Well, I'm sleepy. It is 11:38 p.m. Shout out to George Lucas. And with that, I will not call it a night, but I will transition to the last thing that I need to do tonight. I'm not going to do this color calibration. I'll figure that out tomorrow. I am... oh, I see you asked me, did you set the color management in the color chart timeline? Did I set the color management in the color chart timeline? You know, that is a great question. Color chart timeline. Should be using the project settings. Should. Keyword being should. No. 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 Test timelines? No. Timeline backups? No. Reference? No. Where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Timeline settings. Color. Yeah, it's just using project settings. So it's using the same as my... So the answer to your question is no, but yes. If that makes sense. All right. So I'm going to save this again. Actually, I'm going to put it back on my movie. We're going to save. And we're going to quit. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Resolve. Okay. Put this back over here. I'm going to put this back over. Hello. Come on. Back over here. So now I've got some more things to do. So set up micro panel. I know I already did that, but I like checking things off a list, so I'm going to have that in there. Set up Stream Deck Mini. Calibrate BenQ monitor. And what I'm about to do now is connect new hard drive, and then set up ChronoSync for new drive. Cool. All right. So set up micro panel. Done. Oh, it's so satisfying. It's so good. So good. You can't believe how good that is. All right. Now we're going to connect the new drive. And part of that is going to require cleaning this desk off a little bit. Once again, the riveting content that I know you're here for. So please do not feel obligated to stick around. But I will continue to yap as if someone were watching. So feel free to stick around if you like. All right, I'm going to move this because my iPhone never did kick in, so we don't need that. Right now, so you can see I've got my keyboard is in my it's in my desk drawer because this color panel has taken the place of it. So I'm probably going to move some stuff that's back up in here, well, like these scissors. And I've got a couple other things up here that need to be moved. And I also have, like right here, just out of frame, is a scanner, a photo scanner, a negative scanner, and like a big stack of papers and cables that need to be put away. Why don't I just move all of those right now? This is not me putting them away, but it is making it someone else's problem at some other time. We'll open this. Yeah, I also have a professional, very convenient keyboard placement. Yeah, I mean, you know, do what you can. This is, I need these scissors again. I have a professional Canon photo printer, prints up to 13 by 19, borderless. And so like that road trip that I was telling you about where we went to Mexico, went to all these cool places, I took a lot of film photos, and I took them on through Film Photography Project. You can order 35 millimeter film for your 35 millimeter camera that's made from like Kodak Vision stocks, made from motion picture film. And the only difference with it is it's got a ramjet backing on it that has to be taken off specially, so you can't just send it to like Walgreens or whatever, you know. So there's only a couple of places in the country where you can send it, I think. But one of those places is in Mount Juliet, like 20 minutes from my house, 30 minutes from my house. So I can literally just drive up to the guy's house and drop it in his Dropbox on the outside of his house. You can pay online and everything. And then he ships it back to me. So they also do prints and JPEGs and scans and all that stuff, but I felt like I could not necessarily do it better, but I felt like I could do it the way I wanted it, you know? So I bought a nice scanner, does like 10,000 DPI negative scanning. And I got a photo scanner too, because I also took Polaroids, so I want to be able to scan my Polaroids. And then I wanted to make my own prints, so I bought a Canon photo printer. Probably should not have bought any of that stuff, but I have had so much fun using it. And I have had a couple of paid jobs doing it. Not anything close to paying for the devices, but at least it's a little something. Kind of takes the edge off a little. So anyway, this is one of the cool things about the printer is when it starts running low on ink, you have it connected to your account or whatever, and when it starts running low on ink, it just automatically reorders ink, and then the ink shows up at your house. So that's what this is. So throw this away. This room is such a mess. Need to clean it. All right, so let's get a little strategy on here. Where is this hard drive going to go? Let's look at the cables. So the hard drive itself is pretty freaking big. Pretty big. And it will need to be plugged into power. I've got power right there. And all my other cables are already right here, so it probably needs to sit right there. And there is enough space for it. I just need to move a few things. So this is not going to be so bad. This is going to be okay. I am going to get this chair out of the way. Good enough. Okay. Oh, while I'm moving these, I'll just once again promote my books, which are available in paperback form on Amazon, or you can get them ebooks, Apple Books, or Kindle. So my first one is called Kindling. That was the first short story that I did. It's only 36 pages. The second one I released was The Darkness Rolled Over Her. This is the one that we made the movie of. A little 16-page memoir called Ciao Bella, about my trip to Italy, where I met the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And then another short story, which ended up being a long story, so it became a novel, is God Rest You Merry Gentlemen. So it was supposed to be a short story and then ended up being 44,000 words. And so I was like, oops, accidentally wrote a novel. Oh well. Not many people write a novel on accident, but now you know who you're fooling with here, right? Okay, this is, what have I got going on back here? This is a cable that I use to charge my headphones, which I never actually do. So we'll just kind of peel that out of the way for a second. Come on. That drive is not actually in the way, so that's okay. This needs to move. Yeah, don't feel obligated, but I would always love it if somebody picks up a book. They're pretty easy reads. They read like screenplays, unsurprisingly, you know. A little picture frame I need to move here. Okay, I think I can get that drive right there. The movie of The Darkness Rolled Over Her is almost one for one right off the page of the book. I did add a couple of scenes in the movie. In the beginning, so that driveway scene I was showing you with the old lady with the robe and the curlers, that's added in the movie. You find out about that character at the beginning of the book, but you don't really meet her until the end of the book. But there's just so much stuff in the beginning of the book that is like backstory that's easy to get across in a couple of sentences in prose. But then when you're making a movie of it, you don't have prose, you don't have backstory you can just throw in. So you have to get it on screen somehow. So basically that whole driveway scene was my way of like, okay, here are all the exposition points that I have to get in before we can continue with the story. And I just put them all in that scene and then tried to make it also fun to watch. And Mrs. Hittlemyer is kind of a hilarious character, so it's kind of fun to watch, and you don't quite feel like you're just getting a ton of exposition, even though that's basically all the scene is there for. The other scene I added is at the end of the film. I like where the book ends. Um, but it didn't feel like a strong enough ending for the film by the time we got to filming everything. And um, also, I had thought about the book some more. The book kind of had a mind of its own, honestly. By the way, you can get the ebook for free if you go to thedarknessrolledoverher.movie or fivecoffeesinabook.com. I'll put that in the chat here. I just looked down and couldn't find my keyboard. I forgot it's in this drawer. Fivecoffeesinabook.com. You can go there. You put your email address in, and you'll get signed up to the mailing list. I haven't even sent an email out on that mailing list in probably 2 years, so you're not going to get bought. You'll get some automated emails right away that'll give you your link to download the story. You can unsubscribe if you want. That's fine. It'll only hurt my feelings a little bit. But if you stay subscribed, you will get when the movie's ready, you'll get information about where you can view it or purchase it or whatever. You can also, there's some backstory, some behind the scenes stuff on my Substack. So you can go there and look at that as well. I'm pretty bad about having everything kind of like all in different places. But anyway, it's just kind of where I've ended up trying different things. But anyway, you can get the ebook for free. And there's a discussion guide there at fivecoffeesinabook.com. So you can like read the book with a friend and talk about it. Because The Darkness Rolled Over Her, I mean, it deals with suicide. It deals with depression, loneliness, friendship, encouragement, deals with some of those themes. But anyway, so the book, I felt like it kind of wrote itself. And so when we started making the movie, I thought, there's a couple of points in here that I want to hit a little harder in the film. I don't really want to go back and like do a second edition of the book or anything. I feel like the book is fine. But for a movie, which people, are going to watch a movie a little more passively. A book, they're going to read it and think about it as they're reading it. And they're going to stop and think about things and then continue reading. And, you can be a little more active thinker as you're reading. And whenever we watch something, typically we're kind of passive watchers. Especially, I don't figure most people will be just like glued to the screen with this. It's not really that kind of thing. So I figure a lot of people, the people that don't watch it in the theater on the opening night, there's going to be people that are watching it on their iPad or whatever while they're doing laundry or homework or whatever, So I want it to be interesting and I want it to be good. I want people to want to watch it. But at the same time, I'm aware that most people watching stuff are not watching as actively, as like a reader. Okay, well, very cool. Yeah, so check it out. Kindling is probably my favorite short story that I wrote. I like the style of it, and there's like a lot of tension. It's kind of a slow start, but it's another thing where it's sort of like kind of a relationship parable kind of thing, but I love it. I'd love to make it as a short film. In fact, that's why I wrote it as a short story. I always wanted to do it as a short film. I thought there's not really a feature length idea here, and I don't really see any reason to do it as a short film. It would cost a lot of money and time and effort for what? Like take it to a festival or something, and then for what? Why is it at a festival? What am I doing? I'm not trying to get hired. I'm not trying to get people to buy my scripts or something like that. I graduated film school in 2002, so I have spent, 22 years now. If you count film school, over 25 years. My whole plan has always kind of been, I don't really care to do the Hollywood thing. I don't want to deal with the bureaucracy. I don't want to deal with all the bloated whatever. I don't want to deal with all the codes and unions and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to, I want to try and keep things simple and lean and primitive. I still want to do professional level stuff, professional looking stuff, but I just kind of want to keep it lean and be able to tell stories the way I want to tell them, tell stories about things that I care about, and not really have a lot of people over my shoulders. We did raise a little bit of money for this film, not much, just enough to pay for wardrobe and to feed everybody and that sort of thing. But like the two guys who gave it to me are guys that know me personally. They knew they may never see this money ever again, but they've seen what I can do with, in previous circumstances. They've seen what I can do with a very small budget and turn it into sort of a larger production. So they were more than happy to write a check for stuff. In art, the hand can never execute anything higher than the heart can imagine. Hey, that's a great quote. You're right. Thank you. I appreciate it. So like even the underwater stuff that we have in the film, that was pickups that we did in April. So we shot everything in the fall, then we came back in April. I had, if you read the book, you'll see there's like several opportunities where I could have done some other underwater stuff. And I even had it in my script, because when I write like I have a $400 million budget. And then as soon as I'm done writing, the producer comes in and says, not doing that, this isn't happening, oh, forget that, But because I've written it in, I don't just cut it, but instead I say, okay, well, I can't do this, but what's something that I can do that's like this? Or what's some version that I can do of this on my budget? In everything in life, I have champagne taste and a 7-Up budget. So I'm always trying to figure out, like, okay, this is what I want, so how can I get like the smaller version of that? And again, my color setup here is the same thing. It's like, man, I don't need the 38 grand control panel. This $500 control panel, that's going to do me just fine. That's going to give me the control that I need for most of the things that I want to do. Motion tracking windows and curves and like the other stuff that, everybody's doing, like the larger panels. I can get by doing that other stuff just with the other tools that I have. But like really dialing in the wheels and stuff like that, this panel is going to help me a ton. That was worth $500. It wasn't worth 30 grand, right? Getting a calibrated monitor for $500, especially this one, when I got it on Amazon, it was like monthly payment. So I was paying like $50 a month or something for 10 months. That's a no-brainer, right? Do I need a $10,000 monitor? No. This $500 monitor, that's going to serve me just fine. Do I need a $100,000, $200,000 Area Alexa setup, or can I get by with my Blackmagic Pocket 6K? I think I'm doing pretty good with my Blackmagic Pocket 6K. I'm really pleased with the stuff that we got out of it, So everywhere along the way, I'm just trying to like say, okay, how would I do it if I had all the money in the world, and then how can I get something? What's the best way to get it close to that, on the budget that I've got? And I feel like I've got, some pretty good gear and some pretty good processes worked out and stuff. I mean, this room is not ideal for doing sound design necessarily. It's not soundproof or whatever, but there's enough junk and enough soft surfaces and stuff. I don't have a ton of reflections and all that. The speakers that I have, are they each, $800 studio monitors? No, they're bookshelf speakers that my late cousin left me when he died. It's actually my mom's cousin's husband. When we would get together at family reunions, we'd always talk about the vintage audio gear and stuff that he had. And so when he passed away, he had told his Carlene, my mom's cousin, he had told her, hey, if something happens to me, tell Paul to come over here and get whatever speakers he wants. And I literally went over there. I got enough for 2 full surround sound systems, except for the subwoofer. I had to get a subwoofer somewhere else. But there was enough speakers to get 2 full surround sound systems, including speaker, like a center bar and bookshelf stuff, And so I have a surround. So when my mom, back in March, fell and broke her kneecap, my dad had just got done having major surgery. And so like I went home to stay with them, but I had enough speakers that I could set up a whole surround sound system there, so I could go back and forth from here to their house and always have a surround sound system ready to go. So yeah, there's, if you want to do it, it'll get done some way, I wish it hadn't taken 5 years to get this thing done. But anyway, it's getting there. Yeah, it's amazing how much like the quality has gone up and the price has gone down on all this stuff. I mean, it's really just pretty wild what you can get now for a fairly reasonable price. And and there's always 2 sides to that coin. One side is anybody can make anything now, and so you have people with no talent or experience making stuff and putting it at a professional level because they're salesmen, because they're hustlers, and I've seen a lot of people like really succeed with some stuff that I'm like, what is this? This looks horrible. What are you doing? The story is bad, the writing's bad, the acting's bad, and I've seen some really talented people in the past suffer because there was just sort of this threshold of like getting into a professional environment. But now all that stuff is sort of leveling out. And the other thing too is, like when I distribute this now, I am so much closer to the end user. Like, who are you? I don't know you. You're not somebody that we've met in person, I assume, right? And yet you're going to be an end user of something that I made. Like, when in history have you been able to connect with a filmmaker making a film in some other part of the world before they've even put the film out? Well, you watch their process, watch them work on the stuff. Like, this is just a whole new world that we're in with all these technological advancements. And so distribution wise, I'm closer now to the viewer than ever before, than ever in history. And so I don't need a studio. Would a studio give me more reach? Yeah, probably, but it also introduce a bunch of other concerns that I'd have to deal with. I don't have to deal with. You still got at this point. I'm still kind of you still got to deal with like Amazon or Apple. They're going to take 30-40% out of whatever you sell. You're sort of at the mercy of the pricing structure. And again, I don't have to do it that way. Could I set up just my own website with my own and take my own payments and do it that way? I could. What am I going to get in terms of discovery, and what am I going to get in terms of audience that way? Probably not much, but I could do it that way. I could go straight to the customer. So, obviously, most people want to stream. The economics on that right now are just they're just not there yet. So, like if I let's say I sold this, just to make the math simple, let's say I sold it for $10 on Amazon. The finished movie, digital download, $10. Well, I would get to keep $6 of that because Amazon takes like 40%. Where if I sold it on Apple for $10, I'd keep $7 of that because they keep 30%. So Amazon, I'd keep $6. But if I did Prime streaming, not with a deal with Amazon Prime, but if I just created an account, uploaded it, which anybody can do, uploaded my content, it has to be to a certain technical standard, but other than that. If somebody watched the entire movie, I would make about 9 cents. $6, 9 cents. It's such a huge disparity. I can't live on 9 cents a view. I can't make movies on that. 500,000 people would have to watch the entire movie to break even on a budget where nobody got paid. Like I can't. That's not sustainable. So could be a matter of time in the near future. You might open a post-production business and mastering for worldwide clients. I might. I mean, I've done it. So during the pandemic, I got to be part of this group online. This is why I had Zoom open earlier. It's called Edit Party. And it's kind of fizzled out now because everybody's kind of gone back to their life now. But during the pandemic, people like me that used to like to work at coffee shops or used to like collaborate with people or whatever, none of that was happening. All the coffee shops were shut down and like people weren't getting together. And a lot of creative people, particularly in like LA and New York, where things were really, really shut down, they really thrive on that collaboration, and they weren't able to do it. And so this girl I follow on Instagram, she set up a Zoom call, no mics, but you can see everybody, and people can use OBS to screen share, so you can see what people are working on sometimes. And the chat is open, so people can still talk to each other, but it's not like distracting. You're not hearing something. They would pipe music through. So if you wanted to tune into the music and have that like while you were working, you could do that, and like a different person would like DJ, every day or whatever. But there's people from all over the world. People from India, people from Europe, people from Africa, people from South America, people from all over the U.S., New York, Tennessee, Colorado, Los Angeles, and it's really just a wide mix of people from all over. But we all had this thing in common that we were all like freelance content creators, editors, visual effects, motion graphics, graphic designers, photographers, and we just really bonded because it's like, oh, these are my people, and so it's been a really great community to be a part of. So one of the things that we got to do very early on was we would use the Snapcam filters. This was back when Snapchat was still had Snapcam, which was like a desktop version of the Snapchat filters. And so we would use those for our Zoom calls, and we would have nights where people were up late and being silly and just using the filters and stuff. So I got to where I wanted to learn how to make them. When I first started out on Edit Party, I was at my parents' house, and it was in a room kind of like this, and I had a ceiling fan right above my head, and it was perfectly lined up with my head. And so that was sort of one of the running jokes, is that I had like a beanie propeller hat on because the ceiling fan was always like lined up right at the center of my head. And so then I moved rooms after a few weeks to a room that didn't have a ceiling fan. So from that, I downloaded Blender and Snapcam, their lens designer, and figured out how to make a fake ceiling fan that would like track to my head and follow me around. Like I'd never used Blender before. I never made any kind of snap filter. I don't even really use Snapchat. And so I figured out how to use those programs just to make a joke for like one friend on Edit Party that always commented on my spinny hat. And so from there, I started making other snap filters just as jokes, just for different things that we were doing, on Edit Party. And then somebody came through the chat one day and said, "Hey, here's a guy looking for somebody that knows how to build a Snapchat filter. Does anybody know how to do that?" Well, nobody else in Edit Party had really gotten into that, so I was like, I don't know, I'll give it a try. I don't really know what I'm doing, but I'll give it a try. And actually, I take that back. There was one other girl that had done a lot. She had done a lot of like Instagram filters mostly. I don't think she had done Snapchat. I think she had done mostly like Instagram, Facebook. But yeah, it was a guy he's a musician in Germany. He's called Satin Jackets. No, yeah, Satin Jackets. And he's got this a gold face mask thing. It's like a paper mask that you fold, but then he spray paints it gold. And so it's kind of like a Daft Punk kind of thing where you never see him. It's just this guy in the gold mask. And I don't know if they do that because it's a different guy at every show or what. I don't know. But anyway, he's got this mask. So I figured out where the mask was from. They sent me how they make the paper masks. I put one together. I figured out how to model it in Blender, which again I was barely using Blender. I figured out how to model it in Blender. And then figured out how to make it, match to a face and track it. So if you go on to Satin Jacket's Instagram, I think they still have that filter as like one that you can like load up and use. And yeah, I got paid for it. I got paid from they're like German. I think their management company was like Liechtenstein or Switzerland or something. I don't know. They were from somewhere else. And it wasn't a ton of money. But it was infinitely more money than I ever thought I would get when I was designing my spinning propeller thing for Colin. I never thought that was something I'd be paid to do. But yeah, so any of this acquisition stuff, as I've been getting these little pieces, I've been thinking, man, if I kind of clean this room up, or if I ever moved or got a office somewhere or something and set all this stuff up there, I could definitely rent this out for something, even if just for like film students or something like that at a reduced rate, something to kind of help out people who were like me 20 years ago. And as you can tell, I'm an expert yapper, and I cannot yap and do things at the same time. I'm an extremely introverted person, but get me talking about something that I'm passionate about or that I love, and good luck getting a word in edgewise. This is why dating for me has always been horrible, because I either don't have anything to say, or then they ask me about my writing and my filmmaking, and then I won't shut up. All right, we're going to plug this drive in here. Okay. And I think I got enough room for it here. Might have to snudge a few things. Yep. There it is, right in there. Okay. So now then, the only thing, let's see if we can dump that off of the floor. I know this is kind of a ridiculous ask, but I am so ready for wireless electricity. I think maybe we'll be there before too long, because I can't take all these cables. It's driving me crazy. All right. So now I'm going to unplug this other monitor. So let's all watch OBS freak out and drop out when I do this. So unplugging now. All right, still streaming, still good. I don't see a disconnect, reconnect window, so I think that we're good. Truly, your perspective will either become your prison or your passport. That's so true. So true. Mine, I'll be honest, mine has been more of a prison for a lot of my life. I just turned 46 last weekend, and getting this movie done, I'm getting it out, but it's like, man, I just feel like this is something I should have done at 23 instead of 46. But at the same time, I couldn't have told this story at 23, you know? And the stuff that makes this story, makes the end of the story good, and the stuff that really makes the story work and sing and makes it valuable and makes it worth talking about is not stuff that I really learned or experienced until just a few years ago in relationships with people and in learning from other like mentoring relationships. So I couldn't have done this film when I was 23. I couldn't have done it, you know. And I definitely have tons of other stories and stuff that I want to do, but um, let's see, where's this cable go? So yeah, you just have to go. Hey, I'm just going to be thankful for what I got when I got it, and not beat myself up. Well, I'm trying to get this cable out. I've got it clipped in here pretty good. Oh, and I was messing that up. Didn't mean to do that. All right, let's put that back in. There we go. Okay. Yes? No? No. I've got these cables clipped to this tray that this laptop is on so that when I take the laptop off, they will stay in place. All right. Now this cable will eventually go in the back of this hard drive, I think. But first I want to plug the hard drive in. I'm going to do that with this Thunderbolt 3 cable. All right, so I'll plug in here. And then I'll plug in back. Oh, I'll plug in the back of this thing. Writing our hearts out and leave our mark before we regret it anyhow. That's something I haven't done aside short some monologue and diaries. Yeah, I've always done a ton of writing, but not really anything that I was showing to anybody else, you know. So when I put out Kindling, that first book, people were like, "Oh, I didn't know you were a writer." I was like, "I write all the time. Like, where do you think all my film stuff's coming from? Like, where do you think what, you know?" Because people don't really think of you have to sit down and write a film. I guess they should, but they don't. So they were just like, "Oh, I didn't know you were a writer." It's like, "Are you kidding me?" And but then I realized, oh yeah, the stuff that I write nobody's ever read because it's like you say, diaries, like my private thoughts, not like private, but just like stuff you don't show to somebody else, you know. And or it's like a screenplay or something, a script that eventually turns into a video or a short film or whatever. It's not something that people see the actual written part of. So this is the first time they're actually reading like words that I wrote, a lot of them. But one of the most valuable things I learned before I went to film school, I went to 2 years of undergraduate at University of Memphis. I was actually doing music education. But I knew that I wanted to go to film school. I tried to take a screenwriting class, and it was full. And so I took a creative writing class instead because I was like, that's close enough. And I asked the teacher, like, can I do scripts as like my projects in class? And she was like, yeah, that's fine, whatever. So one day she was out and her TA taught the class, and he taught us about free writing, which basically the whole thing is you set a timer for 25 minutes. And when you start the timer, you start writing and you don't stop. Whether you're writing by hand or whether you're typing, you don't stop. You don't correct words, you don't correct grammar or whatever. But you write like in complete sentences. You start writing and you don't stop. And if you get stuck and you can't think of anything to write, then you literally write, I cannot think of anything to write about. I'm trying to think of something to write about, but I can't, you know, whatever. You just write that out until you start writing something besides that, you know. And I used to do this a ton. I haven't done it as much recently because I've been doing actual like work and tasks and stuff. But when I'm doing like my thinking work, whether it's I'm thinking through a story that I'm writing or like a project that I'm about to approach or some kind of design thing that I'm working on, then I would do this. I would take sort of one major question and I would sit down, and that 25-minute time is really perfect because what happens is that first 15, usually 20 minutes, nothing new happens. You're just getting what's in here down, out, fixed in a tangible medium somewhere. Right? So I type it. It's probably a little better if you write, but I type because it's faster. And it's digital and I can search it and it goes with me and all that stuff. So the first 20 minutes, all that's happening is just brain dump, really, usually. And but so many times I find that it is the first time some of those ideas have been fixed into a complete sentence. And suddenly it stops being sort of this floating around notion and is now it's like, here's an idea, here it is. And now they're all sort of strung together and I can start to see them next to each other. And so then in that last like 5 minutes, this light bulb goes off and this new thing happens in that last 5 minutes. But that won't happen if you don't do the 20 minutes before that. It's kind of like doing push-ups, or chin-ups or something. It's like only the last 2 count, but you got to do all the others to get to those last 2 where you're really, those are the ones that are really building your muscles. The ones before that don't do anything, but you have to do those to get to those last 2. It's the same way with free writing. And so there would be many times where I would do a free writing session, and if I didn't solve my problem, I might end with a better question. And so then my next free writing session is I would use that next question, and then I would go through that. And I've solved so many things just in my personal life. My prayer journal is like free writing, but it's the same thing. I would set a timer, and I would force me to really sit down and sort of really go through some stuff. If I'm, again, like I said, if I'm working on a story, I would do that. And I use Scrivener to write all my stuff, which is like a binder format kind of program, and it does Final Draft format. Again, do I want to pay $280 for Final Draft? Not really. Do I want to pay $50 for Scrivener? Absolutely. Way worth the money. Way more worth the money than buying Final Draft. Especially when I can export an FDX straight out of this. Are there some Final Draft features that I probably don't have? Probably, but nothing I'm missing. So I write everything in Scrivener. It allows me to work on each scene as like its own document. It keeps it all in a binder format. And then it has separate folders that are not the manuscript where I'm keeping all of my free writing, character sketches, location sketches, just all kinds of notes, research, website links. You can drop photos in there. It's so great. It's just all in this one binder that can be, it's all synced with Dropbox. I can work on my iPad and my laptop. It's really great. Do you have any screenwriter that inspired you? Man, it's a good question. I will say this is not a screenwriter really, but so at No Country for Old Men was such a good movie. And I don't typically like Coen Brothers. I like it, but not like the way everybody else seems to. Their stuff's just a little too quirky and just a little too off center for me. And I'm just kind of like, I'm more of a Ghostbusters, Indiana Jones kind of guy, But I really love No Country for Old Men. It was so good. It was so well directed. There's just large portions of the story. There's like no dialogue or anything. It's just very well directed. So I'm in the bookstore one day and I see the book, No Country for Old Men, Cormac McCarthy. So I'm like, oh, this is cool. So I pick it up and I thumb through and I just landed on the scene where he's in the gas station with the coin flip, and so I'm reading that scene and I'm noticing in the book, it's like word for word what's in the movie. So I was like, oh, Coen Brothers did not come up with this great dialogue. It's right off the page of this book. It's not even really an adaptation, at least in terms of the dialogue stuff. And I'd flip through to other scenes, and sure enough, pretty much any scene that I went through and flipped to, the dialogue was almost word for word straight out of the book. And I'm noticing the format of the book is very different. So I didn't buy that book, but I ended up buying The Road by Cormac McCarthy because that was another one that was there that was sort of like, oh, here's another one of his famous books. And man, that book was so good. It was so good, and it was exactly my kind of story. It was, I think the copy I had was like 278 pages, okay? And for 276 pages, I'm just like, this is so good, but why? Why? What's the point of the story? For 276 pages, I'm like, what is the point of the story? This is so good, but why? And then like the last 2 paragraphs, it's just like, oh, that's why. And it's so good. It's so good. It's just really good. So I thought a lot about Cormac McCarthy when I was working on my short stories, when I was actually writing prose. Another person, again, not a screenwriter, but is Flannery O'Connor. Flannery O'Connor was a devout Catholic, deeply Southern writer. She died at age 42, I think. She had lupus, so she was in her earlier mid-40s when she died. But she did her degree at like University of Iowa or something, and she wrote during the period like the 50s and 60s, and so there's a lot of sort of her stories are very very much sort of electrically charged with a lot of the racial tension of that time, and especially her coming from the Deep South and stuff like that. So, but the interesting thing about her stories is that they can be quite violent, and they often have an ending that sort of leaves everything seemingly unresolved. So the first story I read of hers was called Everything That Rises Must Converge. And I think if you search for that in a PDF, I think you'll find a copy of it that you can probably read for free. But pick up a book of her essays or something that has it in it. It's worth reading some of her other stuff. Everything That Rises Must Converge. It's so good. It was like about a son who is riding with his mother. She's been ill, and she's going back to the YWCA to see her friends. And so the son is riding with her, and he's at the time a contemporary, beatnik, hipster kind of 60s kind of urban New York City kind of guy. So anyway, he's riding the bus with his mom, and everything she's doing is all old-fashioned, and he's rolling his eyes at everything, getting mad at everything. She doesn't understand this is racist. She doesn't understand that's offensive. People don't do that anymore. People don't talk like this anymore. It's just kind of like, look at it, the whole story sort of has from his point of view, kind of looking at his nose at her the whole time. And there's an incident that happens, and so she decides to, after they get off the bus, she decides that she's going to go home, and she starts walking home. So he's like, oh, good grief, So he starts following her, and then she collapses on the sidewalk. And he runs up and scoops her up, and the story ends with him like trying to wake her up, saying, "Mother, mother," and that's how the story ends. And I was so mad. I was like, "Why would you end the story there?" I was so angry. I literally took the paperback, I threw it across the room. I was so mad that is where the story ended. And in my like intense red hot anger at the story ending the way that it did, I found myself very confused as to how I was on the phone talking to my mother. My mom's like, I'm good. Do you need anything? I was like, no. And I'm thinking, I don't even know how I got on the phone with her. And it was like 10 seconds. 10 seconds, I was throwing the book, and I was so mad. And before I knew what I had done, I had picked up my phone and dialed my mother. And she's like, "What, do you need anything?" I was like, "No, I'm okay." And I'm like almost starting to cry now. She's like, "Well, okay. Well, let me know if you need something." I was like, "Okay, I'll talk to you later. I love you." Hung up. And I was like, what just happened? What was that? And as I thought about it, what I understood was that story. It's so easy to look at that kid and be like, what a butthole or whatever. But like, you're that kid to your mom. Like, everybody's that kid to their parent in some way, right? If you have a relationship at all with your parents, right? And so it was so personally convicting, even though it was about this other person that doesn't exist. Like, I recognized myself in that kid. And then when his mother goes away, that realization happens where you're like, hey, they're not going to live forever, And I was just overcome by it. And what her stories do is they create such a sense of injustice within the story that truly the only way to resolve it, you can't do it on the page. The only way to resolve it is for the reader to have to resolve it in their own life. Wow. That's just like, I probably think about her stories like that. I probably think about that almost every day. And I really want to better incorporate that idea into my writing. It helped me understand the parables of Jesus in the New Testament, because he would often tell stories where, like, maybe there's like three characters in the story, like the parable of the talents. This guy had 5, this guy had 3, this guy had 1. The guy with 5 got 5 more. The guy with 3 got 3 more. The guy with 1 went and buried it. And so the master like threw him out and gave his 1 talent to the guy that already had 10. And I would read a parable, something like that, and just think, why are you ending in such a downer? Like, why are you, I would probably flip it the other way. We're like, oh, this guy screwed up. But these guys, they knew what they were doing. And that's how you want to be, And this is me giving, Jesus public speaking advice, right? But, I read that and I go, why? Why does he do it this way? Why does he end with this sort of harsh ending? And after I read Flannery O'Connor, I understood. Jesus would tell a parable and then leave town and not explain it. And some people would just be like, but some people would really wrestle with it to the point that they would like go chase him down in the next town and say, I need whatever it is that you're talking about, And there's something really super duper powerful about that. Language is a powerful barrier. To think such books can break your stoic nature and come bursting out with all the emotions. It's crazy. I literally threw the book and then seconds later was on the phone with my mother and I really don't remember calling her or anything. I don't remember making a decision. Wow, I need to call Mom. There was nothing conscious about it. It was like as my anger cooled, Mom's like, "Hello, are you still there?" So it was just very bizarre. It was very bizarre, but it was so eye opening. Because it helped me understand a very crucial thing of what I need to do in my storytelling. I tried to incorporate it more in the novel, in God Rest You Merry Gentlemen. I didn't really want to do it in The Darkness Rolled Over Her because it does deal with suicide, and I just really needed to end on a hopeful note with something like that, Not to spoil anything for you, but I am a hopeful guy, if you can't tell that. So I do want to tell stories of hope where positive things are happening, and I want stories to improve somebody's life. I don't want to just entertain you for an hour and a half. I do want to entertain you, but I don't want to just entertain you. I want to use entertainment as a way to plant a seed, to say, hey, here's the seed of a fruit that I ate that was delicious and added to my life, and I think it will add to your life. So let me plant this in you and see what takes root. That's how I see my filmmaking. That's how I see my storytelling. So with The Darkness Rolled Over Her, I didn't want to implement the Flannery O'Connor. Let's end with gruesome violence and injustice. I feel like that was the appropriate ending. But with God Rest You Merry Gentlemen, it's like a Cold War story. It's U.S. versus the Russians. It's set in 1955. Deals with the almost it's a true story. It's not, but it's based on some true things. But it deals with the almost destruction of the United States and just a lot of the fear that people had at that time of World War III and destruction and things that honestly are not that foreign a concept in today's world even. But for the main character, it's not just about the world peace that's going on, but it's about his own personal peace because he's having trouble finding a place even among his colleagues there, his other airmen at the base where he's at, and so yeah, I don't think I did it masterfully or perfectly or anything like that, but I did try to implement that idea a little more into the novel, and it's something that I think about with all my future projects, like. How can I stir up this thing in the audience that really the only way for them to satisfy it or to solve it is to leave the theater and do something about it, or to put their Netflix app down and go do something about it. When you're fixated on something, you have a predisposition towards seeing it practically everywhere you look, regardless of whether or not it is factually there. That's true. It's confirmation bias. That's for sure. A book is good when it can bring words to vision. Yeah, I mean, that is one strong point of my books, I think. Because I'm a filmmaker, I'm writing the movie that I see. And so everyone who reads it says, oh, I could just see everything. It's like, well, that's because I'm writing about what you would see if you were standing there. So I hope so. But another benefit that provides is, in a book, you can say, hey, here's what a character is thinking, right? In a movie, you can't do that. So like in a screenplay, you can't write, Brad was angry. But what you can write is Brad threw a chair. And from that, we know, obviously, Brad is angry because he was throwing chairs, right? Um, so but you can still write like that in prose, even though it's not a screenplay. And what that does is that forces the reader then to provide the idea of anger. So I'm not, when I say Brad throws a chair, I want you to have the idea of anger. Obviously, I'm trying to cause that in you, but I don't say it. You're the one that provides the idea of anger. And when you do that, you provide the idea of anger as you understand it. So when I'm planting that seed, I'm planting it in your soil, not in mine. So it's going to grow differently for you. It's the same seed, same idea, same concept, whatever, but it's growing in your soil. So it's going to take root a little differently than it does in my soil, you know. And so as this happens, whether it's a film or whether it's a book, as these vagaries are there and you as the viewer or the reader start to fill them in with sort of your own experience and your own understanding of love or anger or jealousy or passion or hope or whatever the themes of the story are, as you fill that in with what you understand about those, you participate in the storytelling. So I'm still sort of telling the story. I'm the sort of the chief storyteller. I'm directing where everything's going to go, but you're participating in the storytelling every time you fill in those gaps, every time you sort of like subconsciously put your perspective in to whatever these things are. So by the time we get done, your experience of it is a unique experience. It's unique totally to you. It's a completely different experience of the story than what mine is as the writer, than what somebody else is as another viewer or another reader. And it belongs to you, you know? So for me as a writer, that makes it a lot better because you don't necessarily like my book. You like the version of my book that you helped tell because it's sort of cemented in you. It's like part of you now. And as a just from a marketing and a customer perspective, that really connects you to my material, connects you to my book, and now it's like, oh, this I love this book, and you know, now I want to get the T-shirt and the coffee mug and you know everything else. So you know, if you read The Darkness Rolled Over Her, you will find, was Gwen ever married? I don't know. Does Gwen have kids? Doesn't seem like it, but we don't know for sure. What was her last job? Doesn't really say. What happened to her? Why is her arm in a sling? Like all the stuff. Like I just don't answer any of that stuff because it's not really crucial to the important parts of the story that I'm telling. So those are the kind of things that you sort of make some assumptions about, sort of bring to the table on your own, and then that means you're participating in the storytelling along with me, which hey, that's fun, right? All right, I'm going to turn this hard drive on. It's taking me 3 hours to plug this hard drive in. I'm just yapping away. Okay, I think that was the power button. There's two buttons on the back. One is power and one is... there's some light that is on. Okay, there's a light that's on. One is power and one is the button for that light. So I'm not really sure what I just did. I think I missed a couple of your messages earlier too. Let's see. I've learned something like that too. Put yourself under pressure and write whatever gobbledygook phrasing you can come up with. Yeah. Who was it? Jordan Peele. He said I've convinced myself that my first draft is how does he phrase it? I forgot what he said, but basically the idea is like my first draft is just to give me something to edit. It's just getting everything out. And so there's not a lot of pressure on the first draft. I'm just getting everything out. And then it's the editing where I come back and actually write the story, I actually rewrite everything and move it around. And, you know, there's a lot for that too. But like if I hadn't written all that underwater stuff into the script, we wouldn't have filmed any of it. You know, I had more written in, but after we did principal photography, I just felt like doing something underwater was like sort of outside of what we were going to be able to do. I'm looking at the very opening of the film and I'm just like, man, this just doesn't grab you enough. This just needs, I think we need to do the underwater stuff. I can't do all of it throughout the script. So like there's another part where she pulls up to a red light and she's waiting. And as she's waiting in the script, the car starts filling with water and she's like banging on the doors or whatever. And then a car, you know, honks behind her. She snaps out of it. She's just at the car. It's in the light's green and she goes, right? So getting another car and filling up with water and all the danger of the stunt and making sure she doesn't drown and all this stuff like that didn't seem like that was worth it. You know, later in the story, there's a part where again, we would be underwater, but I would want to see two characters, like full body, the size of the pool that we would need and being able to shoot that. I just didn't feel like, and getting both of those people there at the same time, I just felt like that's not something that was going to be worth pulling off. But going one night to a swimming pool with Carrie and getting, we had 3 or 4 other things that we needed to get that we could all get sort of in that same day. Doing that one day of reshoots and getting all that stuff and doing that underwater stuff, I was like, I think this is worth it. I found a bag on B&H for the camera so I could take it underwater. It was like $400 for the bag. That's like, nothing for what it adds to the film. I mean, the opening of the film now is like, I don't know. I mean, I'm a little biased, but I think it's kind of breathtaking because it's just, it's a sort of a independent drama. It's about suicide, and you sit down to watch the movie. Her opening line is, "God, kill me," and then immediately it starts raining inside her room. Her room fills up with water, and there's a waterfall going off, and she falls underwater, and it's all underwater, and it's loud and it's crazy, and it's maybe not how you think the story's going to start. So just right out of the gate, trying to grab you. So hopefully that's the way it comes across. We shall see. All right. I keep forgetting where my keyboard is. There it is. Let's see if we have a new volume. How about that? Hello, new volume. So I think what we need to do is format the old new volume. Let's do a little Command I here. And, it's formatted for Windows NT. No, sweetheart, no. We will not be using this Windows NT. But before we do that, I'm going to see about, here's the thing that goes to my receiver and then my monitor. And let's see if this daisy chaining actually works. All right. Hold on to your butts. Something happened. Something is happening. I gotta do, hello. I gotta do a little reset on this monitor. Okay, BenQ reset running. It is done. Beautiful. Beautiful. I think it's going to work. It's all working. Thank you, Lord. I try to be. I've historically been quick to complain, so I really try to be a thankful person these days if I can. All right, here we are. Hi, Matilda. We miss you. Connect new hard drive. It's connected. All right, set up ChronoSync for new drive. All right, first thing we gotta do is format Z drive. So I'll keep looking for my keyboard. Disk utility. Bring that over here. Hopefully there's nothing on this window that somebody can steal and erase my computer or whatever. And let's find this drive here. New volume. There it is. Let's take the... All right. So we are going to... partition this guy. So it looks like there's 2 little tiny partitions already. Looks like there's a little 16... Yeah, interesting. There's a little something there. Oh well. All I need is this 12 terabyte size. That's all I need to do. And we're going to go APFS, because that's what we do. And we're going to give it a name, not new volume, but we are going to call it, we're actually going to So it's this TDROH, that's the Darkness Rolled Over Her 10.1 is what we are matching it to, because that's where all of the raw footage is. Okay, so we are going to we're going to match it to that, because I think these 14s don't have the raw footage. I ended up filling them up with something else. Oh, they must have the Resolve footage. Oh, they do. They have all the one lights. I was like, how does this 14 terabyte drive only have 3 terabytes left? Okay, so it's this 10 terabyte drive, which, by the way, has 120 gig left available. So that could also be part of the sluggishness of my system. Whenever an external drive gets below 10% free, which in this case would be 1 terabyte, this has 120 gig available. So it's got 1/10 of 1% free. Whenever it gets below 10% free, it can slow down your whole system. Why? I don't know. But it does. So I need to clean that up, I guess. Okay. So we're going to call this then TDROH dash. I'm actually going to call this 12. And I already have some 12s out there. So I'm going to call this, actually, I'm going to call this 1012. There we go. TDROH 1012, because it's a copy of the 10, but it's a 12 terabyte drive. I'll know what it means. That's all that matters. And so I will hit apply. Partition. This will permanently erase everything. I hope it does. Man, I remember when formatting a hard drive was just like the biggest deal in the world. It was going to take all night. And here's this. It's done. It's done. Okay, TDRH 1012. There she be. Beautiful. Okay. Now, the only other thing to do is replace this ugly orange icon. So we'll open up info on that. We'll open up info on one of my other The Darkness Rolled Over Her drives. We'll click the icon and hit copy. And we'll go over here and we'll click the icon and hit paste. Ah, beautiful. And now we have our Lucy logo, our Lucy the dry fly. Oh, you can't see that, can you? Is my screen frozen? Oh, yes, my screen is frozen. You have not been able to see anything I've been doing. One second. One second. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Now you can see. Okay. So I've got Lucy the dry fly is now the icon for the hard drive instead of that ugly orange thing. And it is an empty drive with 12 terabyte available. Okay. So now we are going to open ChronoSync. All right, so here's ChronoSync. ChronoSync is great. Oh, it's an update. Sure, let's go ahead and update. Download now. I bought ChronoSync, I don't know how many years ago, and it's free updates for life. It was like 40, 45 bucks when I bought it. I think maybe it's 50 now, but it's great. It has the app here, which will run, which is how you set up your what's going to sync to what, you know. But then it has this other window over here. This is the scheduler, and so it also has an agent that runs in the background even when the app isn't open. So for things like I have it set to where, like if I have like the drives I was showing a million years ago, ECMO and ECMO backup. If I plug both of those in at the same time, the ChronoSync agent recognizes that both those volumes have mounted, and then it will run the sync between those two volumes. I don't have to do anything. It just does it in the background. And then it gives me a ding if everything syncs okay. If there's a problem, it gives me an angry oink sound. Download is complete. Install. And all the settings that sync from one drive, plug them into. If you plug them both in, they'll sync right away. Or if they're always plugged in, I have some that sync every night at 2 a.m. or whatever, like while I'm asleep, which is what I'm supposed to be doing now at 12:45 a.m. my time. Installing ChronoSync. Continue. Accept agreement. Agree. Continue. Install. Password. Oh. 1 second. We're going to fade to black while I put this password in. Hello, darling. Nice to see you. Okay, running package scripts. Package installation was successful and close. And now will it reopen in ChronoSync, or will I have to do that myself? Looks like it's trying to reopen, maybe, perhaps. There it is. Okay. So here is ChronoSync. Version 11.0.3. So I'm going to create a new synchronizer task. There we go. And we're going to call this TDROH-10-1 to TDROH-1012. That lets me know what two drives I'm syncing here. Usually, because the drives are named the same, like it'll just say, like this one says TDROH10 or ECMO VR or ECMO Advantage. It just lets me know if I've got one and the other one's called backup. I don't have to type that in twice. But these have two different names, so we'll just put both their names in. So on the source target, I'm going to connect to mounted volumes with admin access, and it needs my fingerprint. So there we go. And this also I'm going to put on admin access. Okay. Now we're going to specify a target volume. So I'm going to choose, and I want 10.1, the entire drive, everything. So I select, and we're going to copy it, and we're actually going to do synchronize bi-directional. So even though there's nothing on this drive, it's going to take everything over. Now, as I work from 10.12, it'll sync it back to 10.1. And if I end up working on 10.1, it'll sync that. Anyway, so I'm going to choose this and choose 10.12 and hit select. Oh, I just got to pause and say how thankful I am that this hard drive works and it's still, my monitor is still working, that daisy chain pass-through actually worked. I was actually kind of worried about that. We're going to synchronize deletions. We're going to archive, replace files. When deleting files, move to archive. And now we're going to go look at some of our other settings. Options. I think actually, archive handling is the only thing I usually change. Limit duplicates in archive to no more than 5 copies. Let's make that 3 copies, but and we'll purge files more than 180 days, but we'll keep at least one copy. Oh, I'm so glad you love my content and my channel. I'm not going to connect with you on Discord, but thanks for attempting to spam bot us. So nice of you. I feel it's like when the other religious groups come and knock on my door. I'm not interested, but thank you for trying. Thank you for caring about me enough to try to recruit me. Okay, rules. I'm not going to do analyze. Okay, so I think that we're good. I think that I'm ready to go. Okay, So everything's pretty easy to set up. The only thing that I really changed was the archive. So basically, like when I delete something off OneDrive, it doesn't delete it. It just moves it to the archive on the backup drive. That way, if I accidentally deleted something, then I still have it on the backup. It's just buried in an archive folder. So the way that looks in Finder, I hardly know her. There we go. The way that looks in Finder is right here, this archived items folder. And so right now there's nothing in it. 10.14, here it's got some folders of some things that were updated. 10.5 has got some older versions of lots of different things. And here's where it's got, versioning. Here's the most recent one. Here's version 01, etc. So that's how it does the archiving. The only downside of the archiving is, it means stuff that you deleted continues to take up space, right? But I don't like to fully delete things until until a project is. So we are going to synchronize bidirectional. And so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to save this. So we got all our changes saved. And then you can do a trial sync. And he recommends you do a trial sync before you do an actual sync. And what that does is it compares both volumes and then sort of reports back, here's what I would have done, if this had been a real sync. Here's what would have worked and what wouldn't have. Here are the problems that you're going to have or whatever. But I think that since there's nothing on this drive, I think let's just go ahead and run a sync. So I will hit synchronize and off it goes. And the benefit of doing it this way rather than just copying and dragging stuff over in Finder is, you can't cancel it in Finder. You can't stop it. I mean, you can, but and if you do, you don't know where it stopped and the file's half copied or whatever. With ChronoSync, it will compare, it'll overwrite something that's half copied. It'll pick up where it left off. It won't try and copy things over that have already been moved over. It's just better at just sort of managing all of that. The guy that makes ChronoSync has some other background agent and remote access kind of things that are probably pretty good, especially if you manage servers that aren't in your house and do some server management, file management. I think he makes some utilities for that. But I just use ChronoSync. That's all I've ever used. And it's pretty good. Pretty good. So we're going to check this box here for set up ChronoSync for a new drive. Look at that. Look at how much we have done. We have just as much already done as we have left on our to-do list. And this says to do today. So actually the things that are done, I can delete those, I guess, at some point. But, all right. Well, this is going to take a very long time, which is fine because I am going to go to bed. So it has been one of the great pleasures in life to have live streamed for you this evening. I appreciate your input. If you're still there, it says 0 viewers, so I'm guessing I'm speaking to no one, which that would be okay. But Liz Lop, thank you for your input. Thank you for your help. Thank you for your encouragement. And if you do check out the books, if you do enjoy the books, they are, as I said, on Amazon. The novel is God Rest You Merry Gentlemen. It's a Cold War Christmas story. I would like to make this as my next film, actually. I think that would be fun. The Darkness Rolled Over Her, which is 72 pages, quick read. You can get it for free at 5coffeesinabook.com. I'll put that in the chat one last time. 5coffeesinabook.com. You can get the ebook for free. There's a discussion guide there as well, so you can read the book and talk about it with a friend. My other 2 short stories, Kindling and Ciao Bella. Kindling and Ciao Bella actually have audiobooks. Kindling audiobook is on Audible. Ciao Bella audiobook is just on my Gumroad account, which you can get to at parabolas.com, which is my production company. And so there's a link for that. You can also find my socials and everything there if you want to follow along. But it's been great chatting. It's been great learning things from you. Maybe you've learned something from me. I know I've learned something from doing what I've done. I did a whole bunch of stuff tonight I've never done, and I had tons of fun. And I'm really thankful for every step of this process. So I hope life brings you everything that you hope for and more. I hope that you have a full, abundant life forever. That's what I hope for you. And I will be going to sleep. Sleep well. Thank you, sir, or ma'am, or whoever you are. Thank you, friend. Thank you, mate. And Godspeed, and keep moving.